All right, ETM Hotep. Always had a long pause in the beginning to make sure that we are actually live. So I want to say ETM Hotep, welcome to the Sabayt-Dome. This is our second consecutive hangout under the title of the Sabayt-Dome. And for those who don't know, we got a little creative with playing on the concept of the Thunderdome of Mad Max and Beyond the Thunderdome and Public Enemy's song "Welcome to the Terror Dome." But instead, we chose to use a Sabayt-Dome, and it's just our way to create an environment where we are dealing with scholarship and information, but in relation to identifying and correcting misinformation and pseudoscience when it comes to Kemet and especially the language. We focus on the language as Seshew Ma'ani Medu Neter, which are lower scribes of the divine words. All right, so we're using this platform in this series to address the different claims of misinformation that's floating around in the social community, misnomer the conscious community. So, but we do so with respect um, and with good character. All right, so we don't. So scholarship. What people have to realize is that scholarship is not about personality worshiping. Scholarship is not about favoritisms. Scholarship is not about followers and how many likes you can get on social media, etc. Scholarship is mainly about moving towards accuracy. All right. Science is a body of knowledge. And in order to accumulate that body of knowledge, science also has a set of tools and methods. All right. So science itself is the set of tools and methods that will allow us to know when something is actually known. And then the collection of that knowledge is put together in a body of knowledge that's also called science. So those are the two main things about what science is. And scholarship is the communication of that knowledge. And we want to move towards accuracy. All right. So when things are inaccurate, it needs to be addressed. It's almost like building a machine, building something to do something. If you're building a machine to perform a certain task, either the machine is going to work or it's not. And if you build it and it doesn't work, and someone points it out to you that it doesn't work, then most people in that scenario would simply try to troubleshoot the machine and fix it. They won't get mad at the person who points out that it doesn't work or something wrong with it or it doesn't work properly. So this is the way that we need to start looking at scholarship. We're presenting information with the idea of it being accurate, but in the analogy, if what you're presenting as a machine, which is your body of scholarship, if it doesn't work correctly or if it's not accurate, and someone discovers the inaccuracies or the errors within it, what tends to happen in our communities is that people will get mad at the person as opposed to going back to the work itself, troubleshooting it, and fixing it. All right. So again, this is a series and it's a platform for us to do just that, not only with other people and what we see on the internet, but also even our own studies, because we're all growing, we're all maturing, and we still have a lot to learn, and we're currently learning. And then there's things that we have learned from, everyone makes mistakes, and it's just that we should strive to learn from those mistakes so that we don't repeat them. All right. So some of the things we'll even be correcting will be some of the things that we held as a belief at one point in one time. All right. Depending on, I say us, the various different members of the Seshew Ma'ani Medu Neter. All right. So it's all a growth and development process. All right. So with that said, actually, I should have started off as we customarily do now with the recitation of the offering formula. So I will pass the mic over to Sonet Tonica to bless us with that.
All right, that's all right. I'll go ahead and do that, and I will also do what we usually do in case we have new viewers. listening and watching, I'll just go ahead and explain that what we have at the top is Sesh Merunecha, also known as hieroglyphics, and what we have at the in the middle is the transliteration, and this is written using the diacritic system. And then at the bottom we have the English translation, and on this part at the top you can see there's a bracket with insert names, and at the bottom you have the question marks. This is where we insert the names of anybody that you like to that has passed over that you like to include in the on a offering recitation. And in this case we use the name of the ancestors, and one of the generic names in Seshmerunecha is Aku. So I'll go ahead and recite it, and you can do that along. Hotep Dinasu, Weser Neb Jadu, Necha A Neb Abju, DF Beret Cheru, T Henket, Ka Apet Shes Menchet, Het Nebet Neferet Webet Anket, Necha Im, In Kani Imaku, Aku Ma Keru. And the definition of the meaning is an offering which the king gives Osiris, Lord of Jadu, great God, Lord of Abydos, so that he may give verbal offerings in bread, beer, ox, fowl, alabaster, linen, everything good and pure on which a God lives, for the car of the revered one, the ancestors, justified. And I'll just pass the mic along to Sebojao, and I think he might actually go ahead and explain about the pronunciations and all of that. I didn't do that in the beginning.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. Yes, and that's a good point. Although you read it very well. I mean, we're getting a lot of compliments on the way that you fly through it like that. So that's very good. But there's a point to be made about the pronunciations, and we try to make this a lot of as much as we can, because we can't say it enough because of the confusion that's in the community, and that's dealing with the pronunciations of Rani Kemet. All right. You'll hear us mention words like Rani Kemet and Seshmeru Necher. Rani Kemet is the indigenous name that the spoken language was referred to. Okay, so it's dealing with speech, the speech of Kemet. Ra is a word for mouth. It's used as a metaphor for what comes out of the mouth, which is speech, words. And then Ni Kemet is of Kemet. So it is the speech of Kemet. So Ra Ni Kemet. And then we have Sesh Medu Necher. The word Sesh means to inscribe as a verb, and a Sesh, a person who scribes or scratches things, would be considered a scribe. So Sesh Medu Necher is speaking about the divine words that are scratched or written. So Sesh Medu Necher is speaking about the actual writing system. So we have two things: Rani Kemet, which is the spoken language, and Sesh Medu Necher, which is the written language. And in particular, it is the language that most people will refer to as hieroglyph or hieroglyphic. All right, so those are the formal pictorial glyphs that we see, that people talk about. And also there are other scripts that were used. What's being called hieratic is really a simplified form of Sesh Medu Necher. And then we have demotic, which is an even more moved away form of writing those pictorial signs. And then we have Coptic, which is actually the adoption of the Greek alphabet, or the Greek writing system, I should say, to write the African language that we also know as Coptic. But in terms of the pronunciations, Rodney Kimmett dealing with the speech, the pronunciations that we use today are never meant to be portrayed as being historically accurate. In other words, the way that we pronounce these words, the way that you hear a lot of people say the words such as Ankh, Uja, and Seneb, and any other words that we say, Hotep, ETM Hotep, Shemim Hotep, and all these other words, they are simply conventions that we use to pronounce the words, because the pronunciation does not bar us or prevent us from knowing the meaning, and everyone should understand that, because even if you're learning a foreign language today that's taught in school, when you're first learning the language, you may mispronounce it for quite a while, but you'll know what the word means until you put practice in and you're able to articulate the sounds of another language that's not um, conventionally within the English phonology or the sound system of the English language, is, you'll slip up, you'll mispronounce the words, but it doesn't prevent you from knowing what these different words mean. All right. So we have two things going on. We have sound and the pronunciation, then we have the semantic, the trading of semantics, which means meaning. All right. So with that being said, our pronunciations are conventional. Also, there is a huge project underway right now by African scholars and scholars of the diaspora that are recovering the historical accurate pronunciations of these words. And the main tool that's being used to do that is the historical comparative method within linguistics. All right. And that is a huge topic in and of itself. Um, and it's a very technical and detailed science. It's one of the same hard sciences as we look at astrophysics, the same way we look at chemistry, the same way we look at biogenetics. Um, the linguistic or the historical comparative method of linguistics is comparable to those hard sciences. All right. So it's not something that we could sit here on a hangout or even on a Facebook post and break it all down. These are things that people spend years to study and to become proficient in, to be able to even utilize it to add to this body of knowledge that we call science. All right. So with that said, we can get into tonight's topic. Now, tonight's topic, we basically are doing a Q&A, but we want to address a couple of things that are recently posted in our Facebook group, Seshew Monumental Nature Facebook group. And one of the topics we covered last night is dealing with, well, actually, it's a conversation that spawned from a paper that was submitted to the group uh, for feedback and criticism by Brother Asar Motep. That that topic post, spawned a conversation about a particular word, and the particular word was mehi. And we touched on it. We went over it last night, but not realizing that playing the Public Enemy song caused YouTube to restrict it from being viewed in several different countries. So some people have inboxed us and asked about the video, and so it's still up. It's just that if you're not in the United States, you won't be able to watch it, because of the song that's in there for whatever reason. That's how YouTube is operating. So, unfortunately,
So should we edit it or just leave it like that, or?
yeah, we'll probably put up a second version of it, and just cut out the beginning and end where we did play the music, and then hopefully people will be able to watch it. But tonight we're gonna briefly talk about the same topic, but more focused on the claims that were made in a couple of videos that was done by Brother Wajeti Imhotep. All right, he made a couple of claims on the Facebook topic post. There were several posts that came out of this discussion, and you know how Facebook works, where you can nest your comments within comments and things, and sometimes everything gets lost in the sauce. So a lot of the discussion could have been eliminated if the brother would have taken his time and read the comments carefully before being hasty and making the comments for us to address and repeat. Because a lot of my comments on the in the group were me pasting my own comments over and over again. So the brother made two 15-minute videos to address this issue, or to have further discussions in that kind of way. And which again, it could have been avoided if the original topic would have been carefully read and followed. So tonight we just want to kind of walk through those particular claims and statements and part of those discussions, so that we can all learn from it. Because also with that, a lot of people have been inboxing us or bringing it up even inside the group itself, that they're learning from the conversation, and that's where, that's encouraged, because disagreements are always healthy. To have disagreements, debating, arguing, we tend to look at arguments as negative, because we look at that word arguing, don't argue or whatever. But arguments and debates in and of themselves are not evil or bad. It's just that people's emotions behind them and where they lead to, that can get in that can get that way. So as long as it's a learning experience, then it's all good, and that's what we encourage. So a lot of people are learning from the initial disagreements, because in order for us to disagree, and we have to, explain more things, people are learning from it. All right, so we want to keep that going for tonight. And so before we jump in, I want to introduce myself. My name is Wujaw Min Ib Iri Ma'at, and on the panel we have, you all can unmute your mic, and introduce yourselves to the YouTube family.
Welcome with satisfaction. Welcome in peace, everybody. This is Damian Everly on Facebook. So I want to say welcome to the question and answer session tonight. Peace.
Hotep, Rennie, Antoine Germain, aka Hush Your Mouth, ETM Hotep, Uncle Johnsonette.
ETM Hotep, welcome in peace. Hope you guys enjoy the show. If you have questions, get them in. We're keeping an eye on the chat. So just hope everybody enjoys the show. Hotep.
Hotep, this is Sonette Tonica, and I'd just like to welcome you all.
ETM Hotep, it's Sen Jehudi. Hope everybody enjoys the show. I'm here to learn with you.
ETM Hotep, this is Sean, Brother Sean, Facebook Jeller. Just want to say what's up to all the family out there.
All right. I think that's everybody. How many we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, we have room for 3. Brother Kofi must have got disconnected, so he should be back. So we probably have room for 2 more. So if you're watching the video on YouTube right now and you would like to come into the actual hangout itself to be a part of the conversation, just let me know in the chat, and we'll make sure that you are able to participate, because we want to have this kind of discussion for tonight, to talk about some of the latest topics, that's been going on inside the group. And I know a lot of people who watch our YouTube videos are members of the group, and those who aren't, join Facebook. If you're on Facebook, join Facebook, and send friend requests too, so we can all keep in touch, because a lot of people keep in touch, ask questions. I get inboxed with questions quite often, and I do my best. When I have time, I just do my best to answer them. If I don't know an answer, I will let you know I don't know, and I'll research it if I can. And if I can't, then I'll at the very least point you in the right direction. Because sometimes questions will lead to further questions, and then sometimes before you know it, you done spent 5 hours, half of the day, starting asking one question that led to 20 questions. All right, so I always like to push and motivate people to learn to do these things on their own. So a lot of times when people ask me questions, and you'll see that inside of the Facebook group as well, because we'll post up pictures for transliteration and translation exercises, and I don't participate on there because I want to give everybody in the group who may be new to the information and want to practice and take stabs at it, to give everybody else a chance. So some of us do the same thing. Some of us don't quickly chime in. After it's been sitting for a while, then I may double back and see it, and I noticed that some of the other members will do the same. So, and that was an issue with this particular topic as well. So let me just check to see if anybody wanted to
Um,
come in.
yes.
Dave,
Lisa and David would like to come in. I can send the link to Lisa.
Okay. Well, let me. We might as well post it inside the because I'm not sure of David's Facebook name.
All right. Okay.
Sorry for the silence. You know, this kind of silence is one of those silence that's loud. You know, how they say silence is deafening, and I definitely know what that means. All right.
I want to bring up. You said we're doing question and answering. And so I want to see is there a particular topic, or we can cover anything.
Well, we can cover anything, but one thing that I definitely want to cover is the recent conversation with this word, mehi, that spawned from the top, the conversation inside of the Facebook group. So that's one of the ones that we definitely cover. But yeah, it's open for whatever. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so we have room for one other person. So I put the link inside of the YouTube chat, so you can all come on in if you would like to. So Antoine, you already had a question. You wanted to start something off with something different.
Yeah, my question relates to last night. I asked it prior to the show, and you kind of discussed it a little bit. And I had to get off early, trying to get a chance to bring it back up. But my question was the actual word priest. And as far as that, actually, because the words we picked out were all adjectives or verbs.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question was there an actual word that said preach? And I guess when we think of priest, we might think of a preacher. And so,
right,
based on our conversation, there's no actual word for preacher, but there's actual word for verb to describe different duties that elders must do. So that was kind of what my question was leading to, but we can get into that.
Okay, well, that's a good thing to start off, because that's what this issue that's really causing some of the problems with this issue from the start. All right, and that is, what does the word priest mean? And this is why we started off the hangout last night with the definition of a priest. Let me see if I can share it real quick. Let me just go ahead and do that. And you all let me know when you can see this.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. I'm not sure if I locked it on my screen. All right. There we are. Had to be technical with it. All right. So, okay. So this is basically what we went over last night. Now, we're not going to have a repeat of last night. So this is more of a brief version, but it's more focused. So let me see. Where's the slide? All right. Here we are. So this is the first thing that we start off with, because now this explanation of priest also goes for anything. This is the key to translation. And I have to say that translation is a semantic endeavor. Okay, it is an endeavor that someone takes on to transfer meaning from a source language to a target language. That's what translation is. The word trans means to move, so you're translating, you're moving the semantic meaning from a sourced language into a target language. And I'm hearing an echo, so whoever just joined the chat, if you could mute your mic. Translating, you're moving the semantic meaning from a source language into a target language. If someone could mute that person, please. All right. So let's define what a priest is. Now, the word priest goes back ultimately to the Greek noun presbyteros, which meant literally elder. So that's what the word originally meant, period. Okay. It was formed from a comparative of the adjective priestbus, which means old. So The way that the Greeks did it is the same way that, as I explained last night, and I'll explain it again in a minute, where adjectives can be derived to describe people, and then they can become nouns in and of themselves. So as you can see, the adjective old, if you're calling something old, that is an adjective, you're using that to describe someone, and then it becomes the title, a noun for that person, which is the word elder. So you can see it took place in the Greek language as well. So it meant elder, but it's from the comparative of the adjective priestess, which means old. All right. It was used in the Greek translation of the New Testament for elder of the church, priest. So even in the Greek New Testament, during the translations or whatever the case is, a priest was simply an elder of the church. So it went from just a generic elder to now an elder with a religious obligation, or something related to divinity, religion, and things like that, being the church. It was borrowed into Latin as presbyter, which is the source of the English Presbyterian. This subsequently became reduced to priester, as in Priester John, which we should know as means Elder John, which was taken over by the Old English priost, which is the ancestor of the modern English word priest. So again, priest is the generic term for an elder who performs important duties, usually related to divinity. All right. Now, all across of Africa, this is what we explained last night. Pretty much all across in African languages, a priest is simply a person with an important job. That's it. So now you have to describe the kind of job. So a lot of the words that we find in Rodney Kemet, and remember, Rodney Kemet is the indigenous name of the speech of the language, the spoken language. A lot of the words in Rodney Kemet, they don't mean priest. They're really words to describe the kind of jobs that these people have. And last night we went over this chart right here. So I'll go over it again. So it says these are words in Rodney Kemet that are often translated as priest, but actually indicate the kind of important duties the various elders had related to the temples, etc. These are some of the, what are some of these kinds of priests? So remember, a priest is an elder or a person with an important job. Okay, because not all over Africa you have to be old, as in elder as in age. It's elder as in importance, because you have some youthful people with important tasks that they weren't elders in terms of age, the criteria of age. So remember that. But so here's some examples. So we have the word wab. The word wab means to be pure, innocent, sacred, to be free, be clean, to purify, to bathe. That's the word wab. Then when it's applied to a person, it becomes a person who is pure or purifies, who is clean or cleans, who will bathe is be the same thing, clean. A person who cleans things, or a person themselves who is clean or is pure. All right. But it doesn't mean priest. It just describes either the function of their job or an attribute of it. All right. The word hem means servant or devotee. That's it. But in the title of an important job, which is what the word priest is, we have the word hem netcher, which is a divine servant or a divine devotee. And this word doesn't mean priest, but we will call people who perform these tasks and functions, we will call them priests. Because why? Because a priest is simply someone with an important job. All right. We know the hem netcher was the head of a lot of different ceremonies and things like that. And that was a very important job. Therefore, we call them priests. But the word doesn't mean priest. All right. So there's a difference. And I'm going to keep emphasizing that. Another one, we have Aka. which means precise, accurate, righteous. Then when it's applied to a person to describe them or their job or an attribute, it means meticulous one. This word right here and these people are can be referred to as priests because they have an important job. They have a very meticulous job that they perform of importance when it comes to temple work or funerary work, etc. Then we have another one, hati'ah, which means whose arm is in front. That's what it literally means. But when applied to a person, it means high official. And these hati'ah are also can be referred to as priests because these high officials had a very important job, especially when it relates to different rituals or ceremonies or processions. And lastly, we have ihi, which means to make music, to play music, music making, or music itself. And when applied to a person, it is a person who plays music. In this case, a sistrum player, ihi. And this job performance was an important job. Therefore, these people who perform this job are called priests. But the word doesn't mean priest. All right. Now, I hope everybody gets the difference and why I keep saying it the way I'm saying it, because these words do not mean priest. They are functions that people do that are of importance to the community and the society. Therefore, they are called priest. For us today, we will set them aside and say they're priests. Why? Because the word priest, it originally meant elder, but these are people who had important jobs. And the jobs usually related to some kind of religious function. All right, whether it's the temple in ancient times or the church today, et cetera, et cetera. All right, so keep that in mind. So, Brother Antoine, I hope that I'm touching on your question. Now, is there a word for priest in Rodney Kemet? And to find that out, and this is why I mentioned earlier the definition of translation. Remember, translation is to transfer meaning from a source language to a target language. So we're going back the other way. So for us today, a priest is an elder of the church, or an elder. It originally meant elder. So if we're taking that meaning and going backwards to Rodney Kemet, you would simply find the word for elder in the language. And that will be a more suitable match, semantic match for that meaning. Not the words that you see here on the screen right now. Wab, Hem, Necher, Aka, Hati'ah, and Ihi. And there's a whole lot of words. You have Sim. The word Sim means to heal, a healer, when it's applied to a person, or a caretaker. Matter of fact, the Sim priest, and notice I said the phrase Sim priest, because if the word Sim meant priest, then I would have no need to say Sim priest. I would just say Sim. But we say Sim priest because we're describing the kind of important job. So we're saying Sim priest, like I would say Wab priest. All right. But the Sim priest were the people who had to take care of the deceased in a funerary capacity. And a lot of times the Sim priest was the son of the deceased, and they were responsible for performing certain rituals on the body of the deceased, such as opening of the mouth ceremony, involved with that ceremony, and a couple of other ceremonies. And it was usually held by the son, genetic relative of the deceased, if possible. Okay, so they had to take care of different things during those different job responsibilities within the funerary rites. All right, but the word itself doesn't mean priest. All right, it's just that that's a very important job. So therefore, we can say that that is a priest. What kind of priest? A Sim priest. All right, so yeah, so I'll just stop there as far as your question, Antoine. Hopefully that answered it further. We went over it last night, so I just felt that we can go over it again right now.
Yeah, I just wanted to note while you were explaining that, is it that the difficulty for somebody like in this case our brother Wajeti, who didn't understand what it meant, probably trying to find the particular word of a priest, or trying to put that particular word of a priest onto one of the definitions that we have on the screen? Is it because there's a struggle between when trying to impose the Western definition of status into the African paradigm? And I'm only asking this because as you say, we look at it as a, trying to look for the word of a priest, somebody functioning in a church, and then try to put it in the African context, and then you realize there is no word for that priest in that particular. When you do get it, you will find the word elder. So that actually just kind of shows that it is I guess the complication or the misunderstanding comes from placing one paradigm into a different paradigm, when we should be actually looking at it from the African perspective, or the Ramesh perspective, without putting all these other things into that context and getting lost in it.
Well, that's right, and that's why I mentioned, and we can't mention this enough, is that people really need to understand the difference. This is why we need to be more scientific with our discussions and our thinking. We have to be very, I want to say we need to apply rigor. We need to be very specific, very detailed, and, about these different terms, understand what they mean and not misuse the different terms. And this is why I went over the word translation. A lot of people may not, well, I don't say a lot, but there are people who may not understand what translations are. We hear the word all the time, but they may not understand really what it involves. And when you translate from a source language to a target language, it's rare to find a one-for-one correspondence, a one-to-one relationship or ratio from the source language into the target language. That's why going from, let's just say, an African language, let's just say we're translating something from Kiswahili into English. The Kiswahili word may be a single word, but when we bring it into English, we may have to kind of translate it as a phrase, just to give the same, just to match that meaning, instead of it being a one-for-one match of word replacement, because that's when you become guilty of word swapping. And translations, that's something that you don't want to do. All right, anybody who translates things for a professional, for a living, that's something that you know not to do. All right, because it's hard to even do that. So you understand, you want to translate for meaning, not word matching, like how we do when we look at a thesaurus and we're trying to find a synonym or antonym of a word and things like that. But what I'm showing on the screen kind of touches on what you just asked as well, is that originally the conversation that the brother had with Jeti Imhotep, this is why I say a lot of the conversation could have been avoided if the brother would have read and understood what he was reading first before hastily making comments and several posts in the group. Because in the chart that you're looking at on the screen, it has the entry for Mehi. This entry is coming from this particular dictionary called the Wörterbuch der Egyptian Sprache. It's the German dictionary. It's the second volume. This is what the 2 is for. Then we have 123, page 123, and the first entry. This is where you find this word. Now, it's defined as a priest. It's not saying that it means priest. It's saying that this person that holds this title, this word, is a priest. And this is why I went over what I just went over, is that even a wab, let's just substitute this right here for the word wab, or like this here for wab, and let's just put the glyphs that I have for wab right here. Let's just imagine that it's right here. So we have wab, and then the glyphs here for wab. It will say a priest. But I just now explained to everyone that wab is simply a person who purifies. It doesn't mean priest. It is a person who purifies. But that purification job is important. And that is what a priest is. A priest is someone with an important job, especially that's related to something dealing with divinity or religious or temple work or so on and so forth. So this word here doesn't mean priest. It is a priest. All right. And so just like the word wab, you would see it in the dictionary as a priest, but it means a cleaner. Likewise, you see this here. This says a priest, but this right here means one who submerges. The word meh means to be filled, full, or submerged, to put under, like underwater, drown. Matter of fact, mehi is a epithet of the deity we all know as Sobek, the crocodile deity. He's called mehi. Why? Because crocodiles submerge themselves in water. So the crocodiles are described as mehi, he who is submerged in water. All right. Another epithet that this word applies to is Jehuti, because this word means he who submerges or fills, because the word meh means to submerge or to fill up, to fill. So it is an epithet of Jehuti, because when Jehuti healed the eye, he refilled or filled the eye, the injured eye. So he's received the epithet of mehi, the filler. Okay, but this particular task that they were doing is what causes us today, or why you see it in these dictionary entries as a priest, but it doesn't mean priest, but it is a priest. Okay, and this is the reference for it. So this is where the confusion started, which sparked a lengthy conversation in several different posts, because the brother Wajeti Imhotep, by his post, you can tell that he doesn't understand the difference between what a word means versus how it's applied, and so on and so forth, the semantic meaning of these different words. Like, again, I said, wab, if you look at the word wab in the dictionary, you'll see it will say a priest, but it doesn't mean priest. Okay, so likewise, anyone who has a problem with this word meaning a priest should also have a problem with the word wab meaning a priest, because they function the same exact way. All right.
I know we had like the Kari head priest who was responsible for carrying the ark or the covenant, ark of the covenant, during processions or during festivals. And when I think about it, I guess analogy will be a politician. You can say someone's a politician. Well, does that mean they're a city council? They're a senator? What's their actual role as a politician? I just, my connection or my analogy is to relate to the, recent debate or what have you.
Yes. And I'm glad you brought that up, because now we have to understand, within the culture, within Kemetic culture itself, that the priests, the various different priests, now mind you, the word priest, now I'm gonna keep saying this all night, the word priest is applied to a person with an important job. All right, let's just fix that in our head. It's usually an elder, and it relates to temple work or something dealing with quote unquote religion or religious tasks. All right, or spiritual tasks, if people like that better. That's what a priest is. Now in Kemet, the various different people with important jobs, i.e. or aka priest, they were rotational. Okay, a person wasn't a priest 24/7, 365 days a year. People will serve a priestly duty, which is an important duty, for a short period of time, and then they would go back to their non-important duties, i.e. or aka secular duties, such as farming, such as building this, building that, or whatever the case is, whatever they did in that society. And then they will rotate, it will come back to the temple and perform their important duties. They will become a priest again important duties. Okay, so you spend a month, 30 days of purifying the temple, making sure the room is pure, making sure the deities, make sure the artifacts and everything is clean, pure. The people that come in pure, you yourself pure, this and other, and you become a wab priest, because that's a very important task. You do that for 30 days, and then blump, you clock out, and you go back to your regular job. 6 months later, or whatever, however the rotations work, you come back in, you clock back in. Now you're a priest again. So I hope that people understand that the various different priests were rotational, with an exception of a few. There were some that were more of a permanent job position. Okay, that were more permanent. You know, people that actually stayed in that lifestyle or in that endeavor more on a basis.
Yeah, I'm going to add to that. That's why I guess character was so important. It was because it's like kind of now we get a job and we hold that job permanently, you know, so we kind of conform to that job. But because of the fact that they were priests on certain occasions, when they were not in that role as a priest, they still had to maintain that good character. And so that's why you see a lot of emphasis on character and how you carry yourself.
Yeah, that's a good point. So I just hope I'm driving the point home, because like I said, this spawned a lot of conversations, and it's an opportunity for everyone to learn. So hopefully, so the point is that a priest is simply a person with an important job, and that important job that you had was not a permanent job. There are exceptions to that where people did have a permanent important job. Therefore, they were a more of a lifetime priest, performing a specific task. But for a lot of the different important jobs, which are priest positions, they rotated in and out. All right. So, and then for a lot of these jobs, there was usually at the very least one netcher that was involved, but in most occasions there was more than one. All right. So last night we went over this location here, Ra Neferet, which is a location in what's called today Tel Taliba. All right, it's located in the delta portion of the Nile of Egypt today. In this location, the priest or the important jobs revolved around 9 main necheru, and those 9 were Osir, Sobek, Enpu, Oset, Heru, and then the 4 sons of Heru, Imseti, Kabesanuf, Happy, and Duamatef. Those are the main 9 necheru or deities that the important jobs in this particular location of Ra Neferet revolved around. And out of those 9, the main 2 were Wasir and Sobek. So you had different priests of Sobek and different priests of Wasir. All right, and they had different functions for different reasons. All right, so and this is something that we pointed out last night. All right. So I guess I'll kind of stop there, and I just wanted to share that. I'm sharing it because to really emphasize that first question. So the first question you asked, Antoine. So now I do want to discuss this a little bit. I showed that this is the actual dictionary entry from the Watermark Dictionary. It shows the word Mehi, shows the glyphs, which is a complete word. You have the whip, reed, and the 3 water ripples stacked on top of each other. And this is a complete word. So the water ripples is a determinative for this word. And the meaning is given in German. And it actually tells you in German that it's a priestly title. You can see now my German pronunciations are not I'm not proficient at German pronunciations, but you can still see. Now you have to realize that English is a Germanic language as well. So you can recognize some of these words, but you see Priester Titel, and I can imagine a German person. I don't want to insult anybody that speaks German, but Priester Titel. But it's, you could tell it's talking about priest title. It is a title of a priest, and it says in the location or state Ra Neferet. All right. Says state, but city. Actually, you can see it here. In connection as a priest title. See, in connection as a priest title in the city of Ra Neferet. So this is a title of a priest. It doesn't mean priest literally. It is a title of a priest. Just like Wab does not mean priest literally. It is a title of a priest. Why? Because it's a title of a person performing an important job. And here is the actual title that you could find this word in. You see the word right here. It's part of a whole title. Mehi Sem Ni Sobek. All right. So now with that, we can take on, some more questions or whatnot. Like I said, I just wanted to kind of reemphasize those things. And then we can move on from there. Was there anything else from last night that anybody had a question about while I have this up? Yes, no, maybe so.
I just want to add on about last night. I'm glad to do Wajedi, the brother Wajedi. I'm glad he kind of jumped out the window because it gave me a opportunity to learn a lot from that hangout last night. Also saw I was really going in on even the evolution of the word priest, so, or wab.
Yeah.
So, and like we said earlier, it's a matter of character, because at a point it comes to character, because if somebody's giving you the answer and trying to be patient with you, and you still want to be combative, even if it's in a certain way where you're not trying to come off as combative, it comes down to your character. Are you really trying to learn, or what are you really trying to do?
Yeah, and see, the thing is, like in this environment, in the environment that's really conducive for learning and expanding the knowledge, because remember, like I said at the beginning, scholarship is about accuracy, and this endeavor of scholarship, one of the main goals is to deal with accuracy, and then also is to add on to the body of knowledge. And last night, I don't know if we did it off the air or on the air, but I said last night that in order to know something, we have to have a level of trust. Like, for example, let's just say, because a lot of people can identify with this who have children. Okay, we're adults, and we start off, we were once children, then we grow up and we have children of our own. Now, as a parent, you're looking at your child, and you don't want your child to go through the same experiences that you did, especially the mistakes that you've made. So you have learned from your own mistakes, and you would like to pass that knowledge on to your children, so they don't have to make the same mistakes, that they themselves will have their own mistakes that they learn from. They don't have to repeat the ones that you've done. So there's a passing on of knowledge, and that parent to child or children relationship is a relationship of trust. Your children have to trust you and your judgment to pass on that knowledge without the need to experience it. So, for example, if as a child I put my hand on a hot iron, my hand got burnt. Now, me being a caring parent, I don't want my child to be burnt. So I'm going to tell my child, hey, don't touch that, or else you're going to be burned. Listen, when I was your age, I put my hand on that iron, and I had blisters for days. The child will trust you, say, okay, mental note, don't touch the iron. But now there are people who will be, as a child, we would say, hey, you're hard-headed or you're stubborn, and they will have to touch it themselves and get burnt anyway. So this is what happens when it comes to knowledge. In a society, the body of knowledge is passed on from generation to generation. Now, if everyone had to figure out this knowledge from scratch each and every generation, then it would be no progress made. None. There'll be no building and adding on to knowledge. It will be people spending too much time reinventing the wheel, doing the same things that everybody else did before them. So what happens is in every society, there is a collection of knowledge. Now, different people call it different things, but there are wisdom keepers within oral societies, because if you don't have a literate society, meaning a writing system, which is a lot of African cultures were not literate cultures in terms of having a writing system. A lot of it was oral traditions and oral cultures. So when you're in that environment, you have what's called wisdom keepers, where they passed information on orally, and they had to do it in a very, very structured, procedural way and accurate way. So they had initiation houses where this stuff was passed on from one generation to the next. Now, today we look back and we say, hey, it was passed from mouth to ear. And we look at it as, oh, it was secretive. And we, you know, people start to get a little spooked out about that. Like it's some, you know, off the wall, secretive things, not realizing that that was just the way, natural way to have to do stuff, because it wasn't, you're not dealing with a culture that had documentation. It was an oral culture. So of course you're going to pass on information orally, but in a controlled environment. Therefore, it was looked at as initiation houses or initiation rituals, or people who became initiates within this thing, aka an educational system, an ancient way of education. So when you're collecting the accurate information of your society, it becomes your science, because that's what science is. Science is a body of knowledge, as well as the tools to acquire that body of knowledge. So you have the sciences that are kept by people and passed on orally. So you have wisdom keepers. Now, if that chain is broken, or if there becomes a level of distrust between the generations upcoming and the elders, like how we have today, then the cycle of transference will be broken. And now the upcoming generations will have to start all over and test different things, look at different things, be skeptical, and then it, a lot of things thrown into the mix, where you have a distrust for elders have a distrust for the youth, and then there's a miscommunication. Now you got old people going against young people going against old people, and that's exactly what we're facing today. You know, so we have to keep that in mind. We have to keep things well organized and well structured. Matter of fact, the brother Uncle Ket always says this. He says, a well organized lie will defeat a disorganized truth every time. And that is just so true, because that's what we're living. We're seeing it happen every day, all day with us. So we just have to keep these things in mind in this kind of scholarship. You know, deal with accuracy, deal with methods that allow us to know when something is known, and then keep it safeguarded and pass it on. And the point that I'm making is that some people will want to reinvent things, and what it does is stagnates us. We don't make progress. We're actually going over the same things, and we see it on social media. We'll see the same arguments get rehashed about it depends on what the argument is. It could be once a month, every 6 months, once a year, because we don't have a well-structured place, whether it's virtual or literal, where our sciences are stored. You know, no one is going back over, I mentioned this last night, no one is going back over the general theory of relativity from scratch. And a part of this process, a part of the scholarly process, in order to keep that going and keep it smooth as it should be, is what's called literature review. And I gave the analogy of a merry-go-round. You know, you can't, you know, we all experience this as little children, that, you know, you go to a playground that has a merry-go-round, you see some children playing and going around the merry-go-round real fast, and you want to get on because they're having fun. You don't just walk up to the merry-go-round and just try to jump on. You'll get hurt that way. So in order to jump on, either they have to stop or slow it down a whole lot, or you have to run with it and then hop on. So this merry-go-round of information, people are walking up to it. They're walking up to the scholarship, and they're just jumping on, and they're making all kinds of mistakes. They're fumbling, they're falling, and they're getting hurt. So it's always advised that if you're about to get into a study, an investigation or research, you have to do what's called literature review. Find out what the arguments are. Find out the chronology of the arguments. Some arguments have been refuted already. Find out what are the strengths and weaknesses of different arguments are. Find out both sides of the arguments, the pros and the cons. Find out who supports it, who's against it, and why, and things like that before you jump on the merry-go-round. That's what I would call running with it first. You have to run with it first and do your literature review. Get all the resources. Like in this case, for example, this particular case about this word and the brother Wajeti Imhotep, the brother had no idea of what the Wörterbuch, the German dictionary is or was. But that's the actual dictionary that Asar Imhotep cited in the work. So instead of taking time or even asking, where can I get that a copy of that dictionary, brother? Instead, he goes in a dictionary he is familiar with, which is Alan Gardner. Actually, it's not a dictionary. It's a grammar that has an extensive vocabulary list in the back. So it's not even a full dictionary. But he goes there and he doesn't find the word mehi as priest. And this is what sparked this conversation. That's the initial thing that spawned the conversation. Now, had he gone to the cited work, he would see the entry that I shared. I shared it on the screen, page 123 in the volume 2 of the Wörterbuch dictionary. He would see the word. And then if you take a little bit more effort and translate the German, because, you know, I don't speak or read German, but I have the wherewithal to open up a translator and type it and hand type it in if I need to. That's, you know, you got to do what you have to do. Hand type it in and come away with the translation of it. And you'll find out that it's not saying it means priest. It is a title of a priest. And you'll see what the title is. And you can see, also you can see the other entries where it tells you to actually where you can go find it, the primary source where you can find examples of these things. All right. So this is the kind of work that we have to encourage other people to do. And also, matter of fact, I wish I had that quote out of Uncle Mirad's book, because we ended last night with that quote. And man, I'm going to make that into a mantra. But the gist of it is that, well, I don't even want to do it no justice. I'm going to find it and then I'll share it before we finish for tonight. But yeah, I think I'm, you know, I'm talking a whole lot now. You know, we got people on the panel, so I'll pass the mic to anyone else that want to grab it. ETM Hotep, brother David. I see we have brother David on board as well.
ETM Hotep.
All right. Yeah, it's good to see you. So yeah, if you have any questions or want to chime in, you know, feel free. You know, we're just having a open discussion, Q&A, you know, for tonight with different topics that recently came up in the Facebook group, and kind of spinning off of last night as well, because some people aren't able to see it who don't live in the United States.
To you.
Yeah. So anybody else, you know, the mic is yours.
Oh no, I agree with I agree with what Brother Dahudi said as far as I appreciate the fact that I think number one, like I stated in the chat, I think Asar when he posted it, he kind of knew. Obviously, he knew a lot more about the subject than we thought he knew initially when he posted it, and then the brother Wajedi was able to, you know, go through and make his translation. So I definitely appreciate his effort and his attempt to add his commentary, because that allowed others to learn from it. And so I definitely appreciate that. So I want to reiterate that fact, and also appreciate the fact that with the way the group is set up, Asar felt comfortable enough to post that,
Right.
knowing that he's doing his own research on that, and he would get, you know, some feedback. So it actually helped everyone out in a sense. And also the fact that the brother Asar was able to go to a book that he wrote over 5, maybe 7 years ago and pull up the actual MH and HM comparison.
Mhm.
So that lets you know that this brother's already put the work in on this topic and on this subject. So at that point in time, it's important, to be humble and soak it all in.
Right. And okay, now that's I'm glad you said that, because it kind of brings up another thing I wanted to mention, is that the idea, and we kind of touched on this last night as well, but there's a running theme in the quote unquote conscious community where there is a distrust, dislike, hate, to go to the extreme, for anything European. Okay. And what that does, it sets people up to do what I call throw the baby out with the bathwater. And what happens is, and it also sets people up to be very, very lazy. And it sets people up to just use that as an excuse not to put in rigor in their studies and investigations and in their work. Okay. So there's this running theme of anything that a non-African does should be tossed away, ignored, indiscriminately, just automatically, boom, throw it away. Now, so because of that, there's a tendency of allowing that to overshadow the work that we really have to put in and we really have to do. So it clouds our judgment when we're seeking information and we're trying to scrutinize, criticize, and analyze different information coming from wherever and anywhere. Okay, so and this particular topic is an example of it. And I say that to say that the brother with Jeti Imhotep, one of the things that he was commenting about in the group was things that we do all day, every day, which is we question the interpretations of non-African derived, I guess, explanations of African phenomena, whether it's the meaning of words in dictionaries or the interpretation of the myths or even the technical aspects of the language itself. We question it all. And that is one of the key principles of the African school of anthropology, history, and quote unquote Egyptology, out of the camp of Sheikh Anta Diop. Some people may know it as the Diopian school, because in Egyptology, let's just use Egyptology by itself. In Egyptology, you have different schools. Okay, Egyptology is not just this monolithic study. It's broken up into different schools that have or are known by different specialties. So you have the German school of Egyptology, the French school of Egyptology, the British school of Egyptology, and the American school of Egyptology. And we have the African school of Egyptology. And each one of those schools are known for a certain specialty or something that they have contributed a lot, to the field. All right. And we know that Africa was colonized, and you have the whole land grab, resource grab, and the whole nine, where these Egypt became, when it at the birth of this scientific field of Egyptology, where people were start off with just trying to get the treasures, or grave robbers and things like that, to where it became an archaeological endeavor where they're excavating all the way down to the disregard for the different artifacts and things, because they were really trying to find the riches or the valuable things. And then you have other people step in and make it more scientific in terms of a study, such as Petrie, when he comes in, and he has a less destructive way of excavating things, all the way, fast forwarding all the way up to today. So you have a lot of documentation that was done, 200 years worth of documentation done by the various European schools of Egyptology. So now what we have to do, like I'm gonna give you an example of what I'm talking about. In the so-called conscious community, people will have that attitude towards anything that's non-African. So I always get the question of why do you all use the Gardner codes? And for those who don't know, the Gardner codes They're the codes that you might hear us say, like we say G1, G17, I10, D36, M17, so on and so forth. These are codes that Alan Gardner assigned to the different glyphs. Okay, and the way he did it was he grouped the glyphs based on the commonality of the glyphs into different categories, and he labeled them with letters A through Z. He skipped J, and he went A through Z, skipping J, and he has another group with double A. Okay, so you have A through Z and double A. And so for example, all of the birds, all of the glyphs that are various different birds or forms of birds or derivatives or varieties of birds are in the category of G. He assigned the letter G, and then it's given a number, a sequential number. So G1 would be a bird, then G2, G3, etc. All of the vegetation, anything dealing with plants, trees, etc., are under the letter M, as in Mary, M. All of the glyphs that deal with nature in terms of the sky, the earth, and things like that, water, is under the letter N, as in Nancy, et cetera, et cetera. So they have nothing to do with meaning or whatnot. These are just labels or classifications in order to document the glyphs. Now, so when people ask, well, why do you use it? The question is, why not? Like, what would it hurt to use it? And this example of what I mean, that just because a non-African decided to have this classification system and assign glyphs to them, now we want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So let's just say we don't use Gardner codes. Then should we not organize the glyphs like that and code of, put them in codes? See, people don't know enough about the language to realize the implications of not having an organized way to refer to the glyphs, because to date there are over 6,000 glyphs. How are you gonna keep up with all of them? We're used to, in English, we're used to dealing with 26 characters. And if you have a couple of glasses of wine and get pulled over, most people can't even handle those 26. Called a sobriety test. Can't even repeat the alphabet. So imagine you have to deal with 6,000. So anyway, we have to have a way to categorize them, label them. This is the scientific way. This is, labeling and categorizing is an African endeavor. We do it all the time. We've done it since ancient times. So, okay, let's say we don't use Alan Gardner's. We would still have to come up with one of our own. And this is what I'm talking about, reinventing the wheel. So come up with our own. But I guarantee you we'll be doing the same thing. We'll be grouping all of the vegetation together. We'll be grouping all of the human body parts together. We'll be grouping all of the what do you call it? The other categories, mammals and animals. We group them all together. We'll group all the furniture together, right? That makes.
I look at it the same way. I think I mentioned this before, but the same way we look at minerals on the periodical table. Nobody says a white man created that. Let's go back and reinvent that.
Yeah,
you need that classification.
That's excellent. That's a good example. The periodic table of elements. No one does that. No one does that. No one walks into a record store and say, hey, I don't like these genre names. Pop, let's get rid of pop. Rap, I don't like that. Country, R&B, rhythm and blues, nope, I don't like that. Let's toss it all away. Let's just scatter all the CDs everywhere. No, we don't work like that. Let's walk into a store and let's just snatch down a label of boys department, girls department, furniture department, hardware department. Let's just snatch all those labels down. You know what I'm saying? That's how ridiculous that we can get, and we open ourselves to. So this is why we have to end that. All right. We have to look at things more scientifically, not emotionally. All right. And I started to say all of this because this is what we see all the time. And this instance with the brother Wajeti Imhotep is no different, because one of the things he was typing and said on his videos was about the European dealing with Kemet and then trying to deal with the spirituality and things like that. See, we all know that, we all know that this is, I mean, the African school of Egyptology, it has made its mark because of that, the pushback of that. That's why we deal with things very, very scientifically. This is not an emotional endeavor for us who take it serious. We don't do this just because of, the lack of pigmentation in somebody else over a different person. No, we don't make claims just because of a skin color difference. We make a claim because it's accurate and we can back it up and demonstrate it based on scientific methods.
And that's the key. Our ancestors were very scientific. I mean, they collected data, they analyzed data, they experimented, they took notes, and then they came up with the hypotheses. These people, they make statements like, if the individual, I'm not saying that we shouldn't question those that are not African that is trying to interpretate what our ancestors said or did, but if you have went through a scientific method, you know what I'm saying, and seeing that those that are outside of the ancestors, and if it's lining up, I mean, the truth is the truth, but people are making statements and then they're not even going and testing it out and then coming back and saying why they saying that, okay, this European is wrong because I did X, Y, and Z, and it's not, it's not lining up X, Y, and Z. It automatically just Xing it out because it's a European or it's an Arab or it's, a Pakistani or whoever it is. I mean, no one is basically doing, comparative studies on different things to see if what our ancestors said is actually lining up with these other individuals that are, these upper echelon institutions that are saying this is what our ancestors saying. We are retrieving the language. So we are retrieving the language. So why though us that are retrieving the language is not doing the comparative studies on certain things to see if these individuals lining up, like certain things that's dealing with modern science today, that's dealing with quantum physics or physics, quantum mechanics. I can show you that these things that these Europeans, this system that these Europeans came up with, some of the very same things that they are saying, I agree with them. I'm agreeing with them because of some of the things that I have compared with what our ancestors said that existed. Thousands and thousands of years ago. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that when I look at something that it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? I done did the comparative studies, but I'm still gonna say it's wrong because they're not African. They non-African. It just what they're doing is, it's just not making any sense to me, and it's just lazy, and we just always complaining and always. I'm tired of hearing this white man science, and we not going back and, like I'm saying, analyzing the information, analyzing the data, critically thinking, you know what I'm saying, or coming up with some type of your own method and coming up with your own hypothesis. You just automatically rejecting it because it's non-African.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. And that's why I said earlier that it opens us up for laziness, and we can't tolerate that. Because check it out, it's easier to dismiss something with a broad stroke by saying, hey, if it's non-African, throw it away. Look how easy it is. I could just say that. All I have to do is pick up a book, look at the author's name. If the picture of the author is not in the book itself, I Google the author's name, bloop, look at the Google images. If he comes up and he's non-African, now I don't have to buy the book. I don't have to pay attention to it. I don't have to, listen to it. I don't have to scrutinize it. I don't have to do any work. Why? Because it's a non-African. Therefore, I don't have to pay attention to it. That's easy. See, that's the easy way out. That's the easy way out. And that is totally unscientific, and that's what we have to stop doing. That's what I mean by throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Now, see, no, we shouldn't have to sit here and say that we question all non-African sources. That should already be known. That is the default setting. You know how you buy a product and it's already on its default setting? you know, like you boot up your computer and you have your defaults. Well, check this out. The African School of Egyptology has a default setting of questioning everything, African or not. All right, because we understand the conditioning and the coercive nature of colonialism over in Africa today. So just because you're black doesn't mean that, or of African descent doesn't mean that you're right. You know, people with dark brown skin, people that's jet black can be wrong as ever as well. So we can't get into that game. You know, so we deal with things scientifically, and this is the best approach for us, and we can't tolerate the laziness or the excuses that are made, and that's what's happening. You know, so we got to move, you know, beyond that in our studies, you know, to advance, to add on to the body of knowledge. Otherwise, we're going backwards, or we're just staying stagnant, and we can't have that. Matter of fact, we're going backwards now. So we're losing ground. We're not even gaining any ground, you know, among a collective body of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So we have to really, really get on the ball. So as the Seshew Mighty Matter Nurture, we emphasize two main things: character and everything involved with that, and correct method, Tep Hesed, among other things. Those are the things that you'll hear a lot. Some people probably get tired of us talking about. Matter of fact, we had like 3 whole weeks just talking about character, whether it was on Facebook or we did hangouts talking about good character. We went over the maxims of Ptah Hotep, Ka Gimni, Ankh Shashank, and so on and so forth, talking about good character because good character is at the base or the foundation of a lot of your activities and your behavior and how you respond to situations. If you never cultivate your character in a productive way, then when you're find yourself in these situations, you're going to react out of the beneficial parameters. You know, you're not going to know how to react. You're just going to act off of impulse, and you know, emotions get involved. People push your buttons and you say things and you don't think about it. Then you reflect back and you have regrets and things. So character, you know, we emphasize good character. Character is at the base. In order to be a good student, in order to be a good teacher, in order to be a so-called scholar, you have to have character, a good character, I should say. You know, now we all are works in progress. So it's not to say, hey, I have arrived, therefore my character is impeccable and it's perfect. No, it's not saying that. It's saying that you have to consciously, purposefully build and cultivate good character. At least realize that you can do better. And once you know better, you do better. Simple as that. If you don't know, you can't do. Period. So we have to stay on board with that. But now I saw some comments inside the go ahead. I saw some comments in the chat.
No, I'm gonna be quick. I just don't also understand. Okay, those that are on the bandwagon of Kemet, you know, those that say they this and that, a Kemet, or they studying the language, whether it's through you or through another teacher, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, if you're saying you're following this culture and you're a practitioner of this culture, I don't understand why these individuals are not having good character. I mean, especially if you follow the culture, then you know that they talked about good character all the time. And then even with you saying, I work on my character every day, and the ancestors worked on their character every day. So if if you're following this culture and you're a practitioner of this culture, then one of the things that you can follow, if you're not reading the Maximal Bata and all the other different things, is the 42 laws of Ma'at. This thing is also that you can utilize every day, twice a day, to work on your character till you get to where you want to be, till you want to become this perfect actor. So I just don't understand where a lot of this bad character, these character flaws are coming from these individuals that's so supposedly be so deep rooted in Kemet culture.
Right. And yeah, That's a good point. I'm sorry, I was reading the comments. Now there's a person that's posting under the name Truth Hurts. If that person's still watching or listening, then I'll welcome you um to the hangout itself, so you can make your voice heard and demonstrate or show us what it is that you're talking about. So
I don't think he can come in because I have him blocked. I'm not unblock him. If that's a problem.
No, he's not blocking. He just posted something in the chat. He can come in.
Okay.
yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Truth Hurts, though. If you, I know it's a slight delay, so just type in. You can join the hangout, because if you're on Google on the chat, then you could probably join the hangout.
Did you have a question or a comment? I can't see the chat.
No,
he had a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah, there's a lot going in.
I wanted to piggyback off of Kofi real quick. I'm finding a lot, like a pattern, that just a lot of people that have committee names, but they quick to say that the meta nature hasn't been deciphered, and you got your name in the script. I'm seeing this. It's a pattern with that. I'm seeing a lot of people like that nowadays.
That's true. I know of 1, 2, 3, 4. I know of 4. Matter of fact, I had to add Natural Tahuti to that list recently because there's a YouTube video that was on Sa-Netter's channel. I guess I don't know how old it is, but it's recently uploaded, I guess, of the brother Natural Tahuti is basically saying some things. Now, how can you be Tahuti, son of Sekhmet or whatever, and then the glyphs are not deciphered? See, it's stuff like that, because shout out to the brother Natural Tahuti, because I know he's going through some issues, in his personal life with his legal situations and stuff like that. So shout out to that brother, and hope he stays strong and does whatever necessary to straighten that out. But I have to say that it's people like that, or statements like that. I'll put it on a statement. Just like how you said, you got people with Kemetic names, people that want to anchor themselves into Kemet, because Kemet is a train. Kemet is a money train, because Kemet has been romanticized and commercialized, and it's very, very popular. It's very popular. Everybody knows what an Ankh looks like. Everybody knows certain iconography that is just popular everywhere, and it looks good. Kemet is on point when it comes to all of these different things. So everybody jumps on and utilizes it in some form or fashion. But it's just real strange that people who jump on that profess to teach or talk about it, but yet they don't demonstrate the applications of it. You got people who spend 30 years studying, 15 years teaching about Kemet, but yet you don't see Kemet or the principles that underlay the civilization, the culture, and things like that. You don't see it come out to the surface in their behavior, how they carry themselves, how they interact with others, and so on and so forth. You don't see it. So like on this example you just said, as far as the names, people are grabbing these names and then turn around and say that the language from which their own name derives has not been translated, transcribed, deciphered. I mean, they don't even know those terms and the difference between those terms. They're just using them all synonymously. But they're basically saying we don't know what we're talking about. But obviously they must be excluding themselves because they can grab onto these names. So the question becomes, why do you have that name? Is it just, are you wearing it as a costume, as just some fad type of thing? See, and that's very disrespectful. So don't point your finger at the quote unquote white man for looking at the culture in a very passive way and want to do X, Y, and Z, when you yourself are doing the exact same thing. You're wearing Kemet as a costume, as opposed to digging in deep, having a mind merge with the ancestors. In order to do that, you have to learn the language. You have to allow the ancestors to speak, to understand the genius and the psychology behind the mentality of that ancient civilization, so that we'll know what we can use today to solve our problems of today, what we can and can't use. Not to say we can use everything, but the principles are there. And what's sad above all of that is that you got other people other than Africans or African descents that are utilizing committee principles and ways of problem solving and so on and so forth to their advantage, to keep their foot on our necks, so to speak, and we can't even see it.
I think those issues come, especially with those people who are talking about it hasn't been deciphered, but they kind of like take little things from Kemet, and I think the problem probably, as we've talked about, it comes down to laziness, and I don't know, at some level probably being defeated, trying to learn the language, because as we saw with the section of the book of Ankh Mirrors that Arsaw put yesterday, it pretty much says the truth. I mean, what is facts is this is it's a difficult language to learn. It takes time, and with ours, when things get difficult, then it's like you throw it away. It's like, oh, I can't do it. It cannot be done. And we can see that even with the case that we had with brother Wajeri. Like when he went when he couldn't find the word in the dictionary that he was using in Gardner, he was like, okay, well, that word doesn't exist, because he couldn't find it. And then when other dictionaries were offered to him where he could actually go and look at it, and he wasn't able to actually understand what was, how the dictionary works, how everything is put. The next thing that comes, how he deduces the logic would be like, oh, the word actually was incorrect. The word doesn't exist, because he doesn't understand that word is actually it is a glyph that is in Seshew nature. So you see these things where it's like, if I don't know it, then it doesn't exist. So there is not that drive of trying to learn what you don't know. You need to be aware of it. If somebody tells you this word exists, you try to find it. Otherwise, it just doesn't mean that what I don't know, it doesn't exist in that sense. And it's just laziness. I mean, the brother, I don't know if a lot of the other guys watched the videos, but because he did have a lot of, I think 3 videos in total that he had put up, and most of the stuff that were there was just pretty much ridiculous. Like when he went to the dictionary, and he was like, the person who put the glyph in the dictionary did it to confuse us, and he actually stated that any teacher who would agree that the glyph actually existed was incorrect. And that's somebody doesn't know the glyph and then assumes that because he doesn't know it and it's in the dictionary, that it does not exist. And if you say that it does exist, then you're incorrect. So you see this kind of stuff happening, even with the people saying, I cannot read the Medu nature, so it hasn't been deciphered.
Okay, what you just said, do you know that timestamp where he said that?
I believe that was on the video that ended with 1389, and let's see. I think that was the timestamp 550. So let's see. Oh wait, that was 1558. Sorry. So he talked about that the glyph, the mehe glyph actually was it was put there to deceive, to confuse us and to deceive us, and then he also stated that the hair glyph on it later on the same video, that the glyph also was actually part of the deception as well, as he put it, and probably that's why the people in the group in the Seshew Man Merinecha Facebook group weren't able to translate what Asa had put up. So, but you can find that on that section, 1558 and 1627.
All right, so let's do this. We're going to address some of these claims that the brother Wajeti Imhotep has made. So we're going to do it directly. Like I said, for those who are just tuning in or who'll be watching the archives, again, welcome to the Sabayt-Dome. So this is where, we invite people to come on down, get down, and let's get it. So we are going to address the brother's statements. Now, mind you, this is all learning opportunities. We're all gonna be able to learn and from either people sharing their research, or making claims and things like that. And we can all learn from it, or even in us correcting misinformation. Not to say that everybody has misinformation, and not to say that we can't make mistakes as well. So it's valid all across the board. So you said it was about what timestamp? Can you all see my screen?
Two.
All right, so let's play this song. I hope y'all can hear it. The volume's all the way up, but I believe
1558.
yeah, there was something before that though. It was something before that, right? What was the timestamp before that?
Yeah, there's a lot before that anyway, but I think what I was talking about in particular was
You mentioned two things: the sim glyph inside the hair glyph inside the hook.
yes, yeah. So if you play from 1558, you go straight through it.
All right, one
Through
second.
the two stop dimension.
All right, 1453.
No, 1558, all the way through, and then the next one is 1627.
1453 is before 1558.
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna start there. I'm gonna start that one.
All right, that would be perfect.
This symbol right here, like I said, is not hair symbol. It's Sem and Setem, as you can see it again, right? The person.
Wait. Let's stop there for a second. Now the brother just said that symbol inside of that square box. If you can you see my cursor on this? Can y'all see my cursor?
Oh, mine's look like the screen is stuck.
Yeah, the video didn't move on my end.
Oh, the video never moved?
Never moved. Refresh it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we had it, but it didn't move.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm not sure why that is. Is that technical difficulties? Yeah, I see it didn't move.
It could be probably because it's a heavy file. Who knows?
All right, let me know if you see it moving now. Okay, no, it's not. All right, let me reshare it. I'll unshare it, reshare again. All right, apologize for that delay. But we'll walk through a couple of things because, the brother made a comment based on our video last night that we did a 3-hour video, and basically he didn't watch the whole thing. He was kind of dismissive about it. So we're going to make some direct points because he invited us to challenge what he was saying in this video. All right. And the thing is that this is what happens. The brother makes comments and says things he don't want to be combative, but yet there's just a lot of ignorance at play. And by ignorance, I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I mean simply that there's things that the brother just does not know. And for starters, he did not know that the Twisted Flax V28 glyph is a vertical glyph. It's not horizontal because he's mistook the whip glyph. That's a whip for a Twisted Flax. That was a mistake, one of the mistakes, and that's a very elementary, or what we would say rookie mistake to make. Then also he mistook the Hut glyph, which is a square, and then there's a square within it at one of its corners, one of its right angles, for the word Hut, which is enclosure, domain, and then it could be extended to other words that mean tomb, palace, and so on and so forth. He mistook that as somebody's notational scratches on this document, as if somebody circled a glyph to make a note about it. All right, so these little things are very elementary, but at the same time the brother is making comments like there are teachers out here, and he won't give any names, but he says teachers out here that are teaching the wrong way, et cetera, et cetera. So I asked him, who are these teachers, and can he demonstrate how they're teaching wrong? And the reason why I ask questions like that when people make those claims is, one, say what you mean and mean what you say. That's number one. That's just being a straight up person. And then two, we can all learn from it, because if there are teachers out here that are teaching the language the wrong way, and you can demonstrate the errors, then we can all benefit from that, because we don't want to be wrong. All right. So it's twofold. So when I asked the brother to name the names of the teachers or demonstrate what is being wrong, the brother said, no, it's not his job to do that, et cetera, et cetera. And, to me, that's that's not helpful whatsoever. All right. But while making that claim, the brother is making these elementary mistakes. All right. As well as making a mistake of separating a determinative from a word. That's like taking an English word. Let's just pick any word, like the word, and just taking the D off of it. Just because. Take the D off of the word. Again, that's another a mistake. So while he's making these very rookie mistakes, the brothers has the the mind to say that people are teaching the wrong way, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the kind of things that we that will cause things to spiral into different kinds of conversations. But let me unshare and share again. Let me know when you can see this. Can you see it now?
Two.
All right, how about now? Can you see it moving? No, it's not moving.
Nope.
All right, I'm not sure why it's not moving. Okay, so I guess that's not going to.
Did you try to refresh the video?
Yeah. All right.
He also mentioned me in that one of them videos I was watching. He made some kind of comment like I made a mistake on the Sobek glyph because once I found the Ampu glyph, I just stopped there. So I made that error, and he tried to infer that I made the error because I didn't understand the African spiritual systems. And I really didn't understand it because of the handwriting, and I wasn't familiar with the Waterbuck dictionary. That's why I made that mistake. But I think a lot of people are attempting to dissuade people from trying to really put in the work to learn the script, so they can be the go-to person and say you got to go through some kind of spiritual training that they're going to put you through for you to learn this script.
Yes,
and I think that promotes the laziness too.
Yeah, see, that's just wrong because when he's talking about African spirituality and culture and all of that, I mean, from the sense of it, is trying to say that when you actually, start to use reasoning and accuracy in your methods, then that is not African, and that is actually being very disrespectful to the to what to the term being African, because being African doesn't mean that you have to be an idiot, just put it in plain terms, and that is actually just that is the mindset of the Western mindset of what African is, that these people actually use and say that is not the African way. That is African way actually includes reasoning and the proper methods, and actually it has to be scientific. And this is just about being lazy because he himself never demonstrated what his methods what kind of accuracy would actually achieve with those kind of methods. All he did was actually fumble all over the place, and when you fumble all over the place 1,000 times, you don't go and point fingers at somebody who stumbled once. So that also just goes into about the character, just and having poor character.
Mm-hmm. All right, I think I have it fixed now. So let's see if we can now show this here. All right, can you all see my screen?
See.
Okay, can you see my cursor?
To you.
All right, so I'm gonna play it from here. Like I said, the volume is low, so I'm just gonna play it. So we're just gonna walk through a couple of things that was outlined. So you all help me with the timestamps, and we'll just spot through it and address them, you know, and like I said, I think that people can learn from us having this discussion. So let's just go for it. So I'm gonna start off with that one at where it's at right here. So
this symbol right here, like I said, is not a hair symbol. It's Sem and Setem, as you can see it again, right? The person researching this, you can see, has the line underneath that, right? And you see all the way across to point towards what it actually was when he researched this. And if you look this up, this is referring to priesthood. Okay.
all right, so let's stop there and address that. Let me back up a little bit. Did y'all see it move this time?
Two.
Okay, so
Yeah,
back up.
that's
Back
good.
up. Back up.
This symbol right here, like I said, is not a hair symbol.
Okay, now the brother makes a claim that the symbol within that box right there. Now, see, I'm not sure how clear this is showing up on YouTube or, you know, for the benefit of the archive as well. But the brother said that that symbol within that box is not a hair symbol. That is completely false. It is the Gardner code D3 hair symbol within the square box, which is in it itself is Gardner code 06 for the word hoot. That is the hair symbol. That's right there. So the brother is incorrect. As a matter of fact, okay, afterwards I will show the document that he's showing on his phone, because it may be small to the viewers who will be watching this.
It looks good on YouTube.
Okay, well, that is the hair glyph. So so we're gonna start there. We're gonna correct the brother that is wrong. And so now let's follow the logic. Okay, in his mind, that is not the hair glyph, and that the box around it and the line that's under it right here that we see that's going over here is pointing to another box where he said that the person researched this and found out what it really was. Now, see, this is completely speaking from ignorance, because it doesn't realize that what he's looking at is a dictionary. This is not a person. This is not somebody's research paper where they are putting notations in to go back and correct something else, et cetera, et cetera. This line here, this is in German. So he didn't read it over here to understand that that is not what it's saying at all. What this line is for, mind you, see this thick underline right here. This underline right here is the point of this entire entry. It's underlined in a thick underline right here because it's talking about the word mehi, right here, this word, which is a whip, 2 reed leaves, and 3 water ripples right here. These 4 signs, okay, are grouped together for the word mehi. It's underlined because that is the focus of this entire entry that we're looking at. Now, the line is drawn up under this because over here there is a notation. It says that this glyph, this sign right here, is found in the same title of this person's father. That's what it's saying. That's it. That this sign is shared with another person, and this person has to be a Vater, which is the word for father. All right, you see it right here. Okay. Now, I don't speak German. I don't read German. I'm not proficient in German whatsoever. But those of us who actually put in the time, put in the work, you will see this and know, have enough sense to not assume, not to you know, through osmosis or astral projection or some kind of you know, absorption from the 5th dimension spirit world, to automatically assume what this is saying. And this is what the brother Wajeti Imhotep is doing. He's making the claim that this is not what it really is, and then making up, saying this line is over here because the author, like, where did he get that from? So that's not what it's saying. Now, look at the logic flow. Because that's what he believes, now we're going to go into his next statement, which what Sonetonica made mention of, is that now he's of the mind that this is intentional to fool us. Check it out.
It's Sem and Setem, as you can see it again, right?
Oh, let me stop there. He says this is Setem. Notice that there's no T, raised bread loaf. There's just a folder cloth for the S and the M. Then you have the hair here. So how does he account? Let me back up a little bit. You see the hair, which is again D3. This sign right here is the same sign you see inside this hood symbol. They're the exact same sign. Over here, he said it wasn't. But, which means, by logic, then what is he going to say about this? All right, but he said it's Setem. There's no T here, no raised bread loaf. So he has to account for why he added that raised bread loaf. And by raised bread loaf, if you all don't know what it looks like, it's this sign right here. You don't see that in between here or in this word at all. All right, I just want you to keep that in mind, but let's keep going.
And Setem, as you can see it again, right? The person researching this, you can see, has the line underneath.
Notice he said the person researching this, he doesn't understand that this dictionary took 30 years to make. And matter of fact, this is the contribution of the German School of Egyptology, where they surveyed countless amounts of primary text, from papyri to ostraca to coffins to temples to you name it. They surveyed all of these different words to document the different words within the language. And even then, after 25 to 30 years, they still don't have them all. But it is the most comprehensive dictionary as far as a single set of volumes of dictionary that we have to date. Okay, so in other words, this dictionary, the Wörterbuch der Egyptian Sprache, is the dictionary with the most Egyptian words in it to date. And it's in 7 volumes. All right, so just keep that in mind.
That, right? And you see all the way across to point towards what it actually was when he researched this. And if you look this up, this is referring to priesthood. Okay, so I searched this myself also. And, if you want proof of that, I can give that to you from Gardner's, where I saw that symbol. Okay. Top of my head it's like, look under semi and all the words, I guess, that fall in that page. But it's referring to priest or priest position of some sort, again, which confirms what this person's position is that he tends, and it shows you what he does. Okay. But by itself, you see how it's underlined, it supports that. But by itself, it wouldn't mean priest. So the person who put this in the dictionary to confuse us, and for us or whoever's teaching man and nature to defend that, will be incorrect. Because
now that's his logic flow. So because he doesn't know what he's talking about, all of a sudden the person who wrote the dictionary put that there to confuse us. Okay, but I just want to point out that this brother Wajeti Imhotep, he didn't even know about the Wörterbuch whatsoever until a couple of days ago. So all of a sudden, he knows enough about it and its authors to make a statement that they put this in there to confuse us. Now, see, this is where, that's what creates a problem. So I just want to point that out, because we can't open ourselves up to be that gullible and that vulnerable to have that line of logic. All right. The brother just simply does not know what these signs are. Instead of saying so, he's interjecting and making up different things. All right. So I want to point that out so no one else will follow in those footsteps. All right. Let me see. Was there anything else about this? Oh, and also the fact that, as we said at the top of this hangout, the word priest is simply a person with an important job. So all the words that are being translated as priest by default are describing a job function or an attribute of that job. Period. So for him to say that this word here, mehi, right here, is describing a job, it's almost like you're saying, okay, duh, because all of the words that are translated as priest describe the job. And I gave the example of wab, and I use wab as example I use all the time, is because a lot of people are familiar with wab priest, or sem priest. Okay, it describes the kind of job that is important to the community. So the person was to purify the temples, or different aspects of it. So it was an important job. All right. So y'all can still see this. So there was anything else, any other timestamps?
Didn't he say that was a janitor or something like that?
A what?
I thought I heard him say the priest was a janitor, like he cleaned toilets or something like that.
Yes, yes, he did that. But on this video, I think just let me turn back to your screen. To the screen, it was just talking about that, and also talking about I think just a few seconds after from where you stopped, just talking about obviously you were also trying to be confused with the hieroglyph. His reasoning was it was in error, but it was also in error for the same reason as the mehi glyph, and that was to confuse us once again. And this is why, as he puts it, we they need to have this rigor in questioning all this Mzungu stuff. And he also, on just to kind of summarize it, because you don't need to play that on this particular video, but he did talk about that he was linked to this video by I guess Asar, and to this to that particular link of the dictionary, and but the point he was trying to make was that you all still failed to give him the source of the primary, which is actually written on that particular section that he has on the screen. It is there. So he didn't even understand that what he's looking at has not just the glyphs itself, where and exactly where to find it, some primary sources where to find it. He didn't understand that. So he concluded that that wasn't satisfactory, because y'all just directed him to some kind of paper that was written by somebody, and he did not, and still failed to give him a primary source.
Right. Okay. Now that's the thing. Yeah, I read that. He was saying that inside of the Facebook group. And I tried to say countless times that one of the things that we do, we give people the citations where they can go find it. We'll help people go find it. We'll point people in the right direction, or we'll tell it what book that you can find a facsimile picture of it, or the museum where if you want to go take a trip, or if you live near there already, go see yourself. So the brother didn't understand that it says the Louvre 693 as one of the references that you could find this particular source at. All you have to do is Google the Louvre. You'll realize that that is a popular museum, or with artifacts and things like that of different civilizations and so on and so forth. You could trace that out. If that is of importance to you, you can do so because you're provided with the information. And this is the thing. This also speaks to laziness. Some people want you to hold their hand. It's almost like a baby. Baby can't chew. They don't have teeth yet. They can't chew their food. So some parents will, try to wean their baby off of that mushy baby food and start to give them more solid food. So parents will kind of semi-chew the food for the baby and give it to them. I think that's a mother's thing. But people want that done with information and scholarship. It's like it's not enough that you're providing the sources and citations and references, but now they want you to go get the references and everything for them. So we have to be mindful of that. We can't raise up people to be lazy and not be able to go and research. I would never teach my daughters to be dependent on stuff like that. They have to be able to know how to go seek out and get things themselves. All right. So this is something that's very basic and fundamental, but we provided the brother with enough material. The brother just simply didn't read it. He doesn't know what he's holding in his hand. And the fact that now you can't see the whole picture, but this is only a small portion of the complete text that this is out of. And you can find the same phrase in another section of the same text that this one is talking about, which is dealing with the father of this individual. Okay, this person right here is Sa Osset. You can see the name right here. That's why it's underlined. This is the title for a person named Sa or Set. This person has a father with the same title, but it's a different name. And it's in a different section of this text. And had he read this and this over here, he would know it. And he could see the references to where you can find these things. All right. So just wanted to point that out. And hopefully the brother will watch this. Now the thing is, I offered the brother to come on a hangout so we could discuss it and everything, but he declined and said he's through with it. So we're just going over this so that other people won't follow in the same footsteps and make the same mistakes. And the mistakes in the basic mistakes that we were showing with the glyphs themselves, and the mistakes in logic flow. All right. The logic, the internal logic the brother is displaying is off. All right. That is a hieroglyph inside the hood symbol. We went over it last night. This hieroglyph is a determinative for a word. The word is kasa. All right. It's the word that means to be weak, to be in a vulnerable state. It is an epithet of Osiris. All right. It is an epithet of Osiris. If you understand the story, as the brother said, you got to have the African spirituality. You got to have the African culture to understand the glyphs and everything. Well, if that's the case, and you're familiar with the community culture and the stories that are involved, you will understand that when Osir was killed by his brother Satuk and eventually chopped up into 14 pieces, Osir was put into the Nile. And he was submerged in water. Later, he was chopped up into 14 pieces. Osset and her sister Nebet-Hut or Nephthys basically assisted each other in tracking down the body parts to remember or put Osir back together again. Then there was a ritual performed on Osir that led all the way up to his resurrection. Now, he has this epithet of the weary one, or the one who is unanointed, or the one who is in a vulnerable state, because this is reflective of his state prior to the completion of that ritual that was performed by his wife and sister, Nebet-Hut and Osset. All right. And if you understand the ritual that the two ladies perform in the funerary rites, you will understand that it involves hair. Okay. You'll see them on temple walls with white hair. And there is an epithet of Nebet-Hut that her white hair became the mummy wrappings around the deceased. Okay. All of these things tied together, but you have to have knowledge of other things in order to fill in connect the dots and fill in the gaps. All right. Which is what this brother, Wajeti Imhotep, is trying to tell us. All right. So anyway, just keep that all in mind. And also Sebek was involved in one of the variations of the story. Sebek was involved along with the two sisters in the process of remembering Osir's body and things like that. All right. So anyway, what are some other timestamps?
I think with that one, it was just not much on that one apart from the points that we addressed, and then I think there was a lot in the next video. There was a few things that would have been nice to touch on.
Say again.
On the next video, I think that would have been, because I think on this video it's just most of the stuff that we've gone through, the errors in the glyphs and not understanding the sources and all of that. But there's a few stuff that we could go over on the next video.
All right, so let's switch to that real quick.
Yes.
Okay, what are the
I don't know if you want to start from the top, but I think something that we could okay. Let's see.
Let me know when y'all can see it.
To you.
All right.
I think it'd be good to start at the 7:26 timestamp, because I think this is where he was demonstrating his method of transliterating and translating what he calls the symptomatic. I think he used two different examples to explain, how he went about finding the meanings.
How about we start at 310? Let me go to 310. Here.
Of certain words as it relates to different languages and show the connection, right? So the word in question here was priest, as we know that him is referred to priest.
Let me stop there. The word him does not mean priest. I just showed that the word him means servant. Okay. Again, that's why I made it a point to point this out last night and again tonight, that the word priest is simply a word for a person that holds an important job. The word him means servant. A divine servant, which is hemnetcher or hemnetcher, is a divine servant. That was a very important job. So the people who were divine servants or hemnetchers or netcheru, servants of the various different netcheru, they are called priest because their job was important. But the word hem does not mean priest. And I'm gonna keep saying that because this is the root of the problem of this entire discussion, because the brother is under the impression that mehi can't mean priest. Well, the word him doesn't mean priest. The word wab doesn't mean priest. The word sim doesn't mean priest. Okay, so this is the one of the problems here, and this is a translation issue, because when you look into dictionaries, this is a problem that people have. They're looking in dictionaries and they're looking at the definitions of word, not knowing the meanings. Definitions are different than meanings. Meanings are born out of context. Definitions are things that are the average, meaning, literal meanings and things like that. But how the words are used will dictate its meaning in context. Okay, so a dictionary can say one thing, but the way a person uses the word can be totally different. Or a dictionary can have several listings of possible meanings, like 1 through 10, and you don't know which one it is until you go to the text that the word is used in, or you listen to somebody use the word in a sentence or speech, so you'll know how they're using that particular word. But let me go.
The reverse of that, which is mh, mehet, is been used to say priest, which is what I had to raise my hand and say.
Now, mehet does not mean priest, and it's not being used to say priest. It is a title of a priest. Like the word police. All humans are not police, but a police officer is a human. The word police does not mean human. The word police describes the type of job that a human has. All right. That's the analogy. Wab does not mean priest. It describes the job that a priest has, or an important person with the job has, which is to clean or to purify.
I need to question that. So if you guys after this disagree with me, then take it as something that's actually, above you guys. It has
Now, he said this is above you guys. Here again.
Let me do with you. Challenging the Egyptologist who's so quote unquote confirming this word.
So now he said that's above us. See, and that can spark, a different flavor of conversation as well. To say, to make comments like that this, oh no, if we don't understand what he's saying, then it's above us. Now I know he added to the context to that, saying by, well, okay, it's above y'all. I'm dealing with the Egyptologist. So in his mind, he sees Egyptologists above us, to go above us to deal with Egyptologists. But the brother still has a lot to learn himself, especially with not being able to identify some basic glyphs that a beginner is told. And I say that because this brother, time and time again, has no problem reminding us that he's a level 4 student under a grandmaster teacher or a master teacher. of the language and so on and so forth. And he made a comment that there are people out here teaching it wrong, but he won't say who those people are or demonstrate examples of how they're teaching wrong or whatever the case is. So, I'm addressing all these things because, like I said, part of scholarship, you got to mean what you say what you mean. We could talk and discuss things very respectfully without getting emotional, without going at each other's throat or whatsoever. But stand behind your claims, make your claim, make it stick, mean what you say what you mean, and be prepared to back up what you say. That's it. And it goes for everyone involved, myself included. All right.
Yeah.
So what was the timestamp? I just wanted to show that was 3:13. What was the other one you brought up?
7:26.
Serve the deity. This is how you make the connection, right? So him, we know him, they use the club. I was watching this video. Matter of fact, I think the Earth Center, talking about, the real essence of what this is all about, the spiritual aspect with the mental nature. And you see the initiates, and I saw one of the speakers actually had a little club, and that took me back. Like, yeah, most of the priests you would see with the club, and you see like the high priest or different type of priests with the long staff and so on and so forth. So now you have this here, the club, right? So symptomatically, that's what it is. And you see how it's been used to say servant, but the servant that we're talking about, servant is associated with servant to the nature. So it's a commanding or leadership position.
Now, him saying that, it lets me know that the brother understands the fact that the word him means servant and that it is describing a job. All right, but at the same time, what he's not understanding is that the word priest is simply a person with an important job. So these words don't mean priest in and of itself.
Serving as far as like, slavery and stuff like that, because that's what the misunderstanding started taking place. This is why I'm saying you get a chance to go back in time and find out where these mistakes have been taking place, right? So we know now this, him with nature, referring to a servant of nature. And when you put the actual man next to it, you're talking about the man who's a servant of nature. And that can be referred to as saying a priest or somebody in that type of field. But specifically and commonly, we talk about the him nature. We see it on the walls and spiritual texts and so on and so forth, just like wow. Right?
All right. Now, based on him saying that, the thing is, why is there a problem with the word mehi being utilized the same with that same logical flow? We have the club that is a glyph that stands for the word hem, which means servant. Then we have two glyphs together, which are two words, hem necher, which is divine servant. And then we have the man determinative to know that it's talking about a person that functions as such. So we have a person who is a divine servant. So he understands to say, okay, this is a divine servant, but they're functioning in a capacity of importance, which is why we can call them a priest. He said the same thing for Wab. Now, why doesn't it follow the same flow over here? We'll see.
I think that you have to go at the 10:46, which is I think the next part. Is it 10:46?
Which
oh,
is
it's past that.
what I'm
Yeah.
what I'm talking about right here.
Okay, yeah, it's fine.
This term mehi, this is what in question. This is from I saw Imhotep's paper. Like I said, with Jetty, the senses saw that word. It was like, what is that? I'm initiating a temple. I would like to use or not use that term. Is it correct? Is it indigenous to our people? So basically, this is the glyph here. I see.
Where he's asking if the term is indigenous to our people. The term is found on in the inventory of words. If so right there's a problem. Let's keep playing.
Here because it stands for light, enlightenment, right? And you see the temples here, right? This represents, you see this little bird flying. This represents Jehuti, Haru, right? It's the mouth of Ra coming from the temple.
You said, where'd you pick it back up on this? Because I'm gonna skip this part.
10:46. I think.
My aunt said, wait a minute, what's going on here? So I took it back to the natural root, right? So the question is, where did you get that word from that says may he means priest?
No one ever said may he means priest. This is where the brother's reading comprehension skills need to be refined. The dictionary entry, as I've shown, it says a priest. Just like when you look up the word hemnecher, it will say a priest. But the brother himself said he knows that the word really means divine servant. But we can say he's a priest because the job of a divine servant was important. So we can use the English word priest because that's where the English word means a person of importance, a person with an important job. Same thing with Wab. So no one said that this word is a word for priest, just like no one said these words are words for priest. And he understands that. But the problem is that he is simply just unfamiliar with this word. Instead of admitting that, hey, this is a new word to me, I need to add to my vocabulary. Let me check it out. The brother is having a hard time swallowing it. And that in and of itself is fine. But how he's going about this entire thing is where the problems come in.
So I saw Imhotep gave me the source, the WD, which is a German Egyptologist. And he claims that this word means priest.
Now, how come he didn't do that over here? These words are put into Alan Gardner. Why didn't he put his hands up and say, well, it's by a American Egyptologist or whatever? You see what I'm saying? This is how people deal with new added on information. When you're introduced to new things, sometimes we have a problem with new, things we don't understand, we want to destroy.
Now let's break the word down. Okay. As we know, as I already explained, right, we need a determinative to show that a person is actually doing something to say that's an entity of a person, right? We don't have that. Okay. We have the water, and you're trying to say because you see water here with a purification symbol, a water symbol, the purification, they trying to say that it means priest, which is erroneous.
Now, once again, we never said that the word means priest. All right. And again, this speaks to the brother's reading comprehension skills that we typed out several times on the Facebook post. That it doesn't mean priest. It is a title of a priest.
There's nothing to support that, right? That would have to be supported by something else to say it means priest, and this does not do it. Okay, let's look at the symbol, the whip. Well, it's a whip, as you can see in the books, right? Gardeners and anywhere else, pretty much has been confirmed. It's a whip. Now, where do we see that symbol mostly? It's associated with the north, right? Is used to say north. Meheti, you have north wind, associated with anything coming from the north, right? All the way down to the sea. Remember, is the invaders came from down north, right, and came up south to Kemet, right? But if you're using the Wazungu map, then okay, let's use that for now. Say the Mediterranean Sea is on top and a river flows this way, which does not make sense actually when you think about it. So, this kind of shows you in terms of, like I said, going back in time to
All right, I have to stop it right there. Let me back up a little bit.
with anything coming from as you can see in the books, right? Gardeners and anywhere else pretty much has been confirmed. So what? Now, where do we see that symbol mostly? It's associated with the north.
All right, I'm gonna stop there. The brother's fault is wrong. The whip symbol is the word meh, and the word meh comes from a verb which means to fill or to be submerged, or it means the end of something, the bottom end of something. It means those things. And the reason why it's translated as north, because it doesn't even mean north, because as he said, on the map where, well, let me just put it this way. The word itself means to be submerged. to be full, okay, to be under, something like underwater, drowned, submerged underwater, those kinds of things. This is what the word means. Now, the reason why it's being translated as north is because this same symbol is used in words such as ta mehu. The word meh in mehu means ta is land, and it means the submerged land. Why they call it the submerged land is because according to our maps, in the northern area of Kemet, which will be the delta, it was swampy. Why was it swampy? Because it was at sea level. What sea? The Mediterranean Sea, because the Nile dumped out into the Mediterranean. Okay, so that area in the delta was very moist, and it was submerged underwater at the times of the Nile flood. And when the flood waters receded, that part of Kemet stayed very moist because it was at sea level. So when they say lower Kemet, they're talking about the terrain, the level of the terrain. It is lower in terms of sea level. When we say upper Kemet, it's talking about the highlands of Kemet, going towards the mountains where you're up and you're elevated. So when we say upper and lower Kemet, it is speaking to elevation. So Tamehu is an ancient way of saying the land that is at a lower elevation, the part of our country, Ta, the land that is submerged underwater. Now on our maps, it's north. So therefore today we translate it as north. But in ancient times, they didn't have that paradigm of saying it's north and this and that. They called it the submerged land. Okay, so we have to keep that in mind. So it's not dealing with north like the brother is saying. In that sense, it means to submerge, and because he's not familiar with that, he doesn't see the connection with the other words on the screen. Mehi means to submerge, and meh means to submerge, and mehi, when it's attached to a person, it is a person who submerges. So it would be a word that we would use today that would semantically match with a person who baptizes. When a Christian pastor baptizes someone, what do? They submerge you in water. They dunk you into water. So if we were using that Ronnie Kemet word for that, we would say that person doing that is mehi, a submerger. All right. So y'all follow that?
Two.
All right.
Right, is used to say north. Meheti, you have north wind associated with anything coming from the north.
No, it's anything coming from the sea level part of the land. The north wind is the wind that comes from that area of Kemet that is submerged. And Mehet, which means, or Meheti, would be when we say Meheti, it's northerner, a person who lives or is from that area of Kemet. It's a person who's from the area that is submerged, not necessarily north. We just call it north today.
All the way down to the sea. Remember, is the invaders came from down north, right, and came up south to Kemet, right. But if you're using the Wazungu map, then okay, let's use that now. Say the Mediterranean Sea is on top, and a river flows this way, which does not make sense.
It does make sense because rivers flow according to the level of terrain. A river is not going to go from low level to upper level. Gravity won't allow it. That's basic physics. So the Nile flows on our maps. The Nile flows in a northerly direction because the Nile starts in the upper levels of the terrain, upper terrain, the high terrain, mountains, and it flows towards a lower terrain, towards the sea level of the Mediterranean Sea. That's why it does that.
Think about it. So, this kind of shows you in terms of, like I said, going back in time to see when they trying to say servant, right? is as slave, the same as slave. And this is where you can see the infiltration. You know, maybe this whip, as far as the connection to anything north, has to do with have to do with slaves, the chariots, or whatever the case may be, in terms of where that root etymology history of that symbol, the whip, came from, right? So the fact that it came from north, if that's the case, symptomatically and symbolically.
Now he's saying that the sign came from the north. You see what I'm saying? That's just faulty logic. This is where you get to this symptomatic methodology that's flawed. It will fail you every time. All right, because symptomatic method or symptomatic thinking is basically just a cover word for lazy scholarship. All right, people that's pulling things out of thin air, like this brother is doing right now. He's making up things that the whip came from the north because it ties into slavery, whipping. I mean, no. The word, the sign is used for the word with two consonants, the M and the aspirated H, which we transliterate as a capital H, meh. It means north. It means submerged, but it's identified with us today on our maps. We would say from that northern area. The sign itself does not come from the north.
Northern, and so on and so forth. Water is there, it's pointing towards where the water is. So another way of using that term or that symbol is to say fill. I think Jawa and I agreed when he showed me a glyph. Then he showed me a glyph that says Mehi means priest. He showed me a glyph that had them this.
I did show him a glyph that said Mehi is a priest. He's holding on the he held on his phone in this video where it said it. It's just that it says it in German, and the brothers, for whatever reason, is not making a connection. That's the Waterbog, that's the German dictionary. I also showed him in E.A. Wallace Budge dictionary the same exact entry, and it says the same thing. It says the title of a priest. I showed him in a French dictionary where it says the exact same thing. I gave him three sources. All right, just want that to be known for those who are watching.
With a heart underneath that says full of heart. So, so we know this means fill. Also, again, connected to water, north, and everything that goes with that, including and this potential word right here that I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Right? Slave. We weren't slaves. There were no slaves in ancient Egypt, which is Kemet. Okay? So Ra's like, wait a minute, where'd you get that word from? So
wait, nobody mentioned slave though. In the entire conversation, he introduced that word slave. Like no one said that Mehi meant slave or anything. Yeah, he has priest up here above this, servant up here above that, and slave over here. This is all extra erroneous stuff.
So Saul gave me, the source, which is a dictionary, WD. And, Ra's like, wait a minute.
By the way, it's not WD, it's WB, Waterbuck.
Okay, how did he get that word? Is there any picture from the walls, any spiritual text, primary text, coffin text, pyramid text, and so on and so forth that shows that, right? And this is what he gave me, a document from the 1900s, right? Very recent, which means that that was around.
Wait, the Gardner dictionary that he's using, which is really not a dictionary, it's from 19 when did Gardner write his dictionary or his grammar? I'm just want to point this out for the logic. Y'all still there? Because I don't want to drag this out too long.
All right, no, we're here.
Zero.
All right.
Yes.
But this is necessary. I just want to get the record. Well, somebody could look up Gardner. Gardner's Gardner's grammar was written, let's see. Sir Alan Gardner. I don't have a date off the top, but you can find
it's 1927, something like that.
All right, let's just say 1927. We can find out the exact date. But the reason why I'm saying that is because if you listen to how this brother is emphasizing certain things, he's saying the doc, which is from a document that's from the 1900s, and he looks at the camera a certain way. But yet this brother is using a dictionary that was written in the 1900s as well. The Waterbach German dictionary was written through a 25-year period. I believe it was finished in the before 1950. I'll definitely say that. Same thing with Gardner's grammar. So to call out the date like that has no relevancy whatsoever, because everything that his brother is using is from a text that's from the 1900s, and the text is from a non-African as well. So the arguments of Wazungu or dates is completely irrelevant, or it's a conflict with what the brother is doing himself. Somebody has something else to say?
Brother Uja?
Yes.
Yeah, Gardner was first published in 1927, second edition 1950, and third edition 1957.
Okay, Dua, thank you for that. So 1927, let's just go with the very first publication. So 1927. So this brother is using a document, which is not a dictionary, but it's a grammar, a Gardner's grammar, that a lot of people use, by the way, from 1927. All right.
Time period when they were translating the stuff. We don't know 1900s, any spiritual text, primary text, coffin text, pyramid text, and so on and so forth that shows that, right?
Now, I repeatedly gave the brother the accession number, the catalog number, or the numbers that these different places that store these different artifacts, such as museums and so, cataloged it as. And so now the brother is saying that all we gave was a document, and he's gonna say,
this is what he gave me, a document from the 1900s.
See how he said from the 1900s? Well, as the brother David just gave us, the Gardner book that this brother used, which Yeti Imhotep uses, is from the 1900s as well.
Right, very recent.
Which is what? Very recent.
Which means that that was around the time period when they were translating the stuff.
Gardner's book was what? Around the same time they were translating stuff. See, everything he's saying can be said for the same book that he's using, the Gardner grammar. So and the reason why I'm doing this, the reason I'm pointing this out is because this is the kind of stuff that's really just erroneous, irrelevant. It's a waste of time. So it speaks to the method. You know, the bottom line, this entire conversation that this brother engaged in on the Facebook post is due to the fact that the brother was simply ignorant of a dictionary entry where you can find this word mehi. Now, we gave him the Waterbach German dictionary. We could have easily gave him the Budge entry, same thing. Easily gave him the French entry, same thing. But Asar Motep, in his paper, he cited the Waterbach. The brother didn't know what that was, had no clue to what the abbreviation stood for, et cetera, et cetera. So that was explained to him. Not only was it explained to him, but the picture of the entry, as I showed earlier in this hangout, the picture of the entry was shown. So it could show page 123, second volume, first entry. All of that was shown to the brother. The dictionary is handwritten. Gardner's vocabulary list is not handwritten, it's typeset. Budge's dictionary is typeset. But Raymond Faulkner's dictionary, which is another popular dictionary people use, that's handwritten as well. All right.
We don't know what process this person took to find out this word means priest.
We never said that it means priest. It is a title of a priest. And likewise, we can say the same thing about Gardner. We don't know the process that Gardner used to do X, Y, and Z. You see what I'm saying? This is where the flawed logic comes into play. And I'm doing this because I don't want people to follow the same footsteps. All right. This is not how we properly use scientific methods to get at the core of accurate information.
Just gives us this document, and they have in the dictionary, document 1900 from the Louvre. So I looked at the document to be fair, right? And I saw this symbol, right? Now, which looks nothing like this to me, right? Because, a scribe is all about details, right? You can see the loop here. There's no loop in this, right? But to be fair, I'm willing to stand on that means the same thing. Why? Because as a scribe, you can either draw the pictures exactly how they are, or there's a certain way you write the meta nature, kind of half write, half draw it, in a sense where you don't lift the pen. So each letter as a scene or symbol, you don't lift the pen. So you continue to write because you don't want to spend a whole day drawing a whole sentence, paragraph, whatever the case may be. So it could be the case that this really actually is that. This is a poor artist rendition. And the fact that the bottom here, this little tail is a little longer, so which means that whatever. I'm willing to go with that. It's fine.
It's not a whatever. That is what it is. And the thing is, the brother, and move this out the way. The brother originally mistook this because of this loop right here as a twisted flax, not knowing prior to being told that the twisted flax is a vertical sign. You do not see the twisted flax on its side like that. So that's a basic rookie mistake that the brother made. All right. So that's the only reason why he is having to say what he's saying right now. But the whip is written, whether it's formally carved in details or if it's more simplified. That's what he means to say. Some people draw it simplified. And mind you, the Waterbuck dictionary is handwritten, just like Faulkner's dictionary is handwritten. So you're not going to have the nice, neat fonts that people use in typeset dictionaries. All right. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that also goes to the resources again, because we have, we when you're learning Seshew literature, you also have to have resources like the papyruses, so we have different ones, and we know that the writing style on that one is the simplified one, and it's slightly different. So nobody's going to carve, well, what he has at the top, like you say, that's what you find carved on the walls and whatnot. But there's the simplified forms, and this when you're learning this language and you intend to read, to be able to read all the facsimiles, the primaries, you should be aware of the different writings that the scribes utilized. So if he was aware of that kind of style of writing, he wouldn't have to say whatever, because it would be just a simple fact that it is what it is.
Right. All right, exactly. The exposure to the different varieties of resources. And that was one of the points that's made. That's the one point we made last night, and I want to make it again tonight. So that's a good point, and we want to keep emphasizing that. Don't limit yourself on resources. Somebody else wants to say something?
Yeah, that sign's actually in the Vegas dictionary though, so that's really a rookie mistake.
Right. And it's a variation of each other. You can actually see it in the typesetting versions as well. So yes.
Yes, and in Vargas, it's in there. Just it has a complement with the owl bird in the front, but it means inundate.
Right, inundate, and the word inundate simply means flood. So it's something, again, it's something submerged, something that is under water. Inundation of the Nile, the flood of the Nile, when the land is no longer above or being able to be seen, it's underwater.
Right, it says inundate land.
Right.
So land that's underwater.
Exactly. So again, when I said Ta Mehu, which is the land that is submerged, or land that is swampy, land that is moist pretty much all year round, and then when the Nile floods, it definitely becomes submerged underwater. All right, so I'm gonna continue a little bit. Let's see what he said. Let's see what's going on.
Point, okay, because that's what we have. They didn't give me any primary text, nothing. Okay, and also
that was false. Like I said, we gave him citations. The brother just doesn't know what he's given, even though we explained it. And see, this is where earlier we spoke to character. This is matter of fact, I didn't say this last night or tonight, but mind you, the brother's first comment was completely off the topic of the topic post. The post was about Asar's paper, demonstrating Mboli's method to verify and confirm the historical the historical maturity of these different words, how they ultimately go back to words dealing with the tree and branches, and then semantically unfolding to develop new meanings. So he's choosing a word such as him and meh to show that how both words ultimately go back to the same thing. And for a modern example, let me just quickly give a modern example. The word black and the word white, they come from the same exact word ultimately. But today we use those words completely, opposite of one another, black versus white. But the word white in its form of blank or bleach, blunk, ties into the word black. Black and bleach or blunk comes from the exact same words. And what it is semantically, they had a fork in the road in its historical development, where one word, blunk, took only part of a process, because the word black and the word blank or white, both words are describing attributes of the same process. And what this process is a burning process, because when something is first burned and first ignited, it is very bright and it's light, it's white, it's illuminated. So you have this blank aspect that branches that way. And then once that initial fire burns out and the object is consumed by the fire, it turns dark and black and it turns to ashes or whatever the case is, so that results in this black semantic path. So you have two semantic paths coming from this exact same word for the same describing an entire process. One is the initial process of the brightness of the initial flame, the ignition, and then after it burns, black becomes the end result. This is why the word black can also mean end. And in science, you have the Moors out here saying that black means death and things like that, because black is talking about the end of something. And metaphorically, the end of your life is death. That's where they get all that stuff from. So that's a modern way of how these different words will come from the same origin, but they will separate through their historical development to become different semantic, have different semantic shadings. So what Mboli has done was provide the tools for us to trace a lot of these things out with African languages. So Asar chose two words, hem and meh, to do that exact same thing, to trace these things out. That's the point of the paper. So when he submitted it for critique and feedback and so on and so forth, this brother Wajeti Imhotep comes on the topic post and talks about the debate with Sarah Sutanseti and Young Pharaoh. Totally off topic. Totally off topic. So we had to first correct him with that. And then he didn't even read the paper. Then when he finally read the paper, his initial critiques were off base because he didn't understand what he read. All right. So I just wanted to kind of give a little history of that with that. So it kind of colors this whole conversation and why I'm going through it the way I'm going through it, because I don't want people to follow that same path of thinking, because it's not helpful when you're introduced to new resources and things and you're not making use of them. You want to limit yourself and speak against non-African resources, but at the same time you yourself are using one from a non-African. You emphasize a date of something being in 1900s, but yet you yourself are using a document from the 1900s. You see what I'm saying? So everything he's saying can be done for exactly what it's doing, but it's under the guise of being in an initiation house, being an initiate under a temple of so-and-so, being a fourth level student of X, Y, and Z master teacher or teachers. You see what I'm saying? So we have to describe things for what they really are.
Also, I made a mistake saying that the helix, that's what this is written sideways, but it's true that this helix was never been seen written sideways. So I scratch it out. Scholarship, brother. I mean, I'm wrong. This is all good. Okay. So now we're gonna go with this. Okay. Go back to what's being said. Okay. So no determinative, right? And this word right here, right? Northern, as far as what we know, and to fill. And the only real glyph, actually picture from the wall that Jao gave me, showed me that with the heart underneath, that means full of heart. He used to say trust and so on and so forth, right? So, no proof yet of this word mehi. And this is what I'm trying to say in terms of infiltration before I even go on to the document, right?
Wait, now he's saying there's no proof for the word Mehi. And like I said, we showed him 3 sources where you can find it in terms of dictionary entries. So when he says no proof, he wants to see the word on some kind of artifact in order for it to be valid in his mind. So therefore, if that's the case, then the question to Wajeti Imhotep is, have you seen every single sign in the Gardner book that you continually use? Have you seen that in a actual artifact attested with your very own eyes? Because if you haven't, then you're in the same boat. So you can't pick and choose which times that you want to restrict yourself to laying your eyes on an artifact versus a documentation of it in a book when it's at your convenience. So this is the things that we have to be mindful of and not get caught up in. Now, the picture he's talking about that I showed him was he asked to see the actual glyph. So I showed him a whip. I showed him the whip glyph. And that was something quickly I just grabbed off of pictures that I have. I have a whole bunch of pictures. I just happened to find that the fastest and send it to him. And it's a glyph of the whip, like he said, with the heart. And it's not a word, it's a phrase. It's mehi-ib, which means full of heart. And it's used as a metaphor for someone that has complete trust. Is somebody who is trusted, a confidant, somebody that you can confide in because they're full, their essence or their mind, because what the heart stands for is not the literal pumping heart. It's speaking about the mind or the will. So you're full, you have a full will, and a person with a full will is a person that can be trusted. Unlike when people make a claim that there's teachers out here that are teaching the wrong way, but yet when they're asked, name them, or at least demonstrate what they're teaching is wrong, and then a person backs away. That person doesn't have a mehi-ib, a full will. They can't be trusted. They're just throwing out claims and don't back them up. All right. So we want to keep that in mind.
The Egyptologists, the Europeans, are already trying to make Egypt all white. They got all the physical stuff already, or most of it, claiming they have movies and so on and so forth, books, trying to show like it's their stuff. Now, the work that is being done by Asar Imhotep, showing the strength of Mbodi's work, where he's trying to show the history of certain words as it relates to the African languages and Medu Neter, and show the correlation, the similarities in terms of, okay, this word is the same as this or whatnot. Now, I pointed out the danger of that is the fact that you may validate a lot of their words that never actually existed in our stuff. And it's important to see that as a problem because long after you're gone and you prove or validate those words to belong in our system, after you're gone, right? The next generation or next generation after that, going to see all their stuff that pertain to them and they can explain it because they actually created it. This is going to give them more reason to say Egypt has never been black.
All right, see that all that was erroneous and irrelevant because this brother has not seen every single word and the combinations of glyphs for every single word in Kemet himself. So that's really neither here nor there in terms of what's theirs. And like I said, this comes from stemming from a place of people that are looking at everything that's non-African as, okay, let's just throw it all away. Fine. If that's the case, then start from scratch. Collect and grab every single artifact and object from Kemet that ever came from Kemet, if it's still there or in other places. Get it, document it, take pictures of it, photograph it, document it, survey it, organize it, categorize it. Do all of that. Start from scratch. Start it all over. But don't act like you've seen it to be able to make these distinctions on this kind of conversation. It's totally irrelevant. But I'm not going to, play the whole thing. What was the next timestamp? Was that it?
Yeah, I think that was the last part when he was talking about the dangers of the comparative linguistic works that are being done to validate these kind of things.
All right. See, this is another thing. The brother has to realize that the speech came before the written writing system. These words existed in the psychology and the communications of the people prior to it being documented graphically as a writing system itself. These words still exist today in living African languages. So the historical comparative method of linguistics is the par excellence tool to use for verification and refutation. So the brother has no idea about the process or what it entails to be able to speak on it, like as he's attempting to do right now. So I don't.
I think he meant that he's assuming that that this word doesn't exist, and when people like Asar kind of used comparative linguistics to prove that the connections or the relation between the African languages, the living African languages, and and um, and Seshew nature, then what it does is that it is actually validating what these Europeans are saying. So, but I don't. He's just all over the place. I don't think he understands that, because he would talk about Kemet is African and it needs to stay African. But when the African part of it is proven, then because when it's proven, it actually correlates with what the Wazungus has been writing on those occasions, then it becomes a problem for him. Because I think those are the kind of people who are on the position of, I'm not going to accept it if because the Mzungu said it, and if he was right, is right. But even if it's African, then okay, I don't want it, because it actually validates what the Mzungu is saying.
Mhm. Right. Well, like I said, I'm not going to play the entire video, but I don't want to if anybody has any more comments and things on the panel, mic is open. No?
No, I think we're all good,
We're good.
All right. Well,
I think Senate Lisa has something to say.
Oh, I just said that we're good.
All right, how about the chat? Because when I'm sharing, I won't be able to see it. So what's going on in the chat?
Somebody's asking about the beginners class. When you have another beginners class.
Yeah, the beginners class. I want to start another one as soon as possible. So you can contact me or go to the website and actually sign up. But you can contact me on Facebook. My name is Wajao on Facebook. Inbox me and connect.
All right, I think that's about it. Oh yeah, go ahead, Judy.
Oh, I wasn't gonna say anything.
All right, so that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was a good show.
All right. Well, let me just quickly. Well, all right. Well, no, I won't do that. All right, so let me just see some of the things. What about what happened to interesting? Well, that's why the Talmud called the sea people. What happened to Truth Hurts? I was inviting Truth Hurts to ask questions in the back chat. I mean, in the Hangout itself.
I think he got blocked. He was kind of trolling the whole time.
Oh.
Well, I wasn't watching. So, that's the thing, as far as people trolling, I see other YouTube channels, people will troll. I've seen people go into Facebook groups and troll and everything. I don't know the people behind the screen names and things like that, but that's very unproductive. And it's real childish. So, we're just not going to tolerate that kind of stuff. It's just disruptive. We welcome questions. We welcome questions. We welcome challenges. We welcome questions. We welcome correction. We welcome people to build. We welcome people to come to the table with research. Come with people. Welcome people to come to the table with research questions that we can all look up and look into. But what we will not tolerate is the childish things that go on that I see, I witness. I'm sure all of us witness. because it's just a distraction and it's too much work to do. There's so much that we don't know, so much that we still have to work at, for us to even have a fighting chance to have a stake on the world stage of scholarship when it comes to African history. All right. We complain about non-Africans writing African history and documenting African phenomena, but yet we hold ourselves back by entertaining the silliness from keeping us from getting the work done. Egypt itself is 200 years worth of work among the European schools of Egyptology. So if we stand a fighting chance to document Egypt from an African perspective, African paradigm, et cetera, we're 200 years backed up when it comes to documentation. This is time consuming. As you can see, the reason why the water buck is written in German, we mentioned this last night, because the German school of Egyptology, they're going to write in their language of communication. Matter of fact, in order for you to get any high degree, such as a PhD in Egyptology, you have to learn German. If you're an American, you have to learn German and French. If you are a French-speaking person, you're told to learn English and German. If you're a German person, you're told to learn French and English, because French, English, and German are the languages that are the languages of all this documentation that's written in. Even African scholars write in French. Most of the work that Théophile Obenga has done, Cheikh Anta Diop has done, Jean-Claude Mboli, who is the subject of Asar Imhotep's paper, writes in French. They speak their mother tongue, but they write their research and scholarly works in French. So it would behoove us to learn French, learn German, so that we can do literature review. We can find out what the arguments are. We can see what's being said. We can see what was documented. Because we have to be real. We don't have access to a lot of things. And in fact, if, imagine this, and I always say this, I asked this question last night. The question is, can you learn something from someone that you hate? Can someone that you hate know something that you don't know? Can someone that you hate have access to something that you don't have access to? And the answer to all those questions is yes. So your hate for that person is completely irrelevant to the things that I just mentioned. If you need something and you don't have access to it, but another person does, it just so happens that you hate them as well, you would have to either you don't use it because of that hate, you allow that hate to bar you from utilizing it, or you use it if that's the point. So it becomes real silly to use those as scapegoats to be lazy. So we have to keep all that stuff in mind. And we know that we have tools that we could challenge everything. We don't have to be scared of it, because these people are really scared of non-Africans and the works. It's almost like kryptonite. I'll hold up a German dictionary and all of a sudden people get weak and want to run from it. Hold up a French dictionary, people run from it. But all of a sudden, if I hold up Gardner's thing, ooh, let me see that. Can I have that? James P. Allen. Ooh, can I see that? Let me have that. I'm gonna use that. That's the go-to stuff. But that's the same thing. So they don't understand the mode of even challenging the scholarship. You don't challenge scholarship based on emotions, based on skin color. You challenge scholarship based on superior methods. Jean-Claude Mboli has developed and tightened up the historical comparative method in order to be able to do what he's done, which was from the ground up build a language family of African languages, a genetic language family. Unlike the Greensburg model, which put together and classified and grouped languages based on phyla or typographical information as opposed to genetic. So people are under the impression that there is a such thing as Afro-Asiatic language family when no such thing exists in terms of genetic language family. Typographically, yes. Genetically, no. And people don't know the difference between those two. They don't understand that they're trying to use it genetically, which doesn't exist, but it exists, typographically. There's a big difference. And I always use the analogy. It's like biogenetics. It's like me walking into a room of 50 people and all 50 people have on the same shirt with the same design on the front. Because they have on the same shirt, this blue shirt with this logo on the front, because of that, I'm just going to assume all those people are related and say, oh, I'm going to put them all together. Knowing, not knowing that none of those people in the room are related, but because they look related on the surface, typographically, then I'll clump them together. Now it's okay for me to do that because the purpose of me doing that is just to organize. This is a group. So like if we go on a field trip, a bus trip, a bunch of children go on a field trip, you want them all wearing the same shirt, logo of the school, everybody wear the same uniform. Then somebody at the field trip location, they can look at you as a group and say, oh, all of you all are together. Right on. That's good. Great. For that purpose, it's valid and it's perfectly fine. But the moment that person that sees you as a group start to say, hey, all of y'all are related, all of y'all are brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers and uncles and cousins, that's when you have a problem. Like, what are you talking about? No, we just wearing the same shirt, we're not related. See, that's what is happening with the languages. When we say Nilo-Saharan, Afro-Asiatic, Khoisan, Niger-Congo, things like that, these Africanist linguists did not do the genetic testing in order to develop a genetic relationships between these languages. They only did things based on topographical or topological and things dealing with the language, which is analogous to the scenario I just said. That's the difference. And people don't understand that. Jean-Claude Mboli recognized that, know that. Cheikh Anta Diop recognized that, knew that. Dr. Theophilo Bengo recognizes that, knows that, and they started this work. Jean-Claude Mboli came up, as the anchor leg and dispensed with all of that and built it from scratch. Started with 2 languages, his own mother tongue, Sango, Middle Egyptian, and started adding other languages in there. Came up with a hypothesis and then tested that hypothesis with even more languages. He started off with, I believe, 6 languages or 8, and then added 6, or he added 8 for a total of 14 within the framework of his work to develop a hypothesis and then test the hypothesis and be successful. So now we have today, as of 2010, a language family that he kept the name called Negro Egyptian. A genetically proven family of languages. All right. And this is the work that's being done. So I say all of that to say is that we have ways, and we have been challenging the scholarship of others. This 200-year tenure of Egyptology, we've been challenging it, and we will continue to do it. We do it now. We continue to do it. So people need to walk up to the merry-go-round, see that it's spinning, and then run with it first. Then jump on with the aid of the fellow people that are on the merry-go-round. Stick a hand out and pull you up onto it. That's the attitude and ways that we have to do. Can't walk up to it, just jump on. You'll get hurt every time. Period. We just have to know that. Anybody else say? I know we went way over time. Sleep is for the weak. If anybody has anything to say about these issues, say it now, and then we're gonna move on. We have Freestyle Friday coming up, And next Wednesday we'll have a Divine Words Wednesday where we will do a small or short, presentation on something. Don't know what yet, but something.
I just wanted to add that I mean, the fact is that we don't have we are trying to build institutions, and we don't have at this point, we don't have the resources that we need, and the point is that with whatever we're doing, especially us that are learning the language, and there's a whole different group of different groups of people doing that, as you've seen. Also, our brother Wajedi also talked about where he's learned his middle nature from. I mean, the point that I'm trying to make is that we are not going to go anywhere if we are not set in the right foot and doing things accurately, because we need to actually, instead of just being blocked by the fact that that there are some resources available, but they were not from us, because obviously we didn't have any part in cataloging and writing all this stuff that we are using now. But we do have some of it from our own scholars, as you've mentioned, Shikant Diop and all of that, and Obenga and all of that. But we need to emphasize the fact that the methods that we use they have to be accurate as possible. You cannot have a method that works in one situation and falls apart in the other situation. You're setting up yourself for failure. And once that method is proven to you that it is not working, the best thing that we can do to help ourselves is to dispose off of those and try, and always is always about trying to get the right to get the right method so we can use that, because we don't have everybody wants to talk about or these people are not right and we cannot use their resources, and how how do we know it is correct? How will you know it's correct if you do not have the skills to actually dissect what it is that they have said? How are you going to even find some things that you can use within that, even if you want to dispose of some of things that are not correct, as some people might say? How are you going to do that if you don't have the basic skills to even understand what is out there? So this is, I think it's just kind of like it is depressing, but obviously we have to emphasize the fact that everything has to be done correctly, tep heseb at all times, and it might seem like we're getting long-winded with all of this and nitpicking all of small little things here and there, but they're not small little things, because they do accumulate, and then they set you up for failure. Then everything is built off of a wrong foundation. So that's we definitely need to emphasize on that, and we cannot let that slip. It might seem like, hey, why are you doing this? But we cannot let those kind of things slip, because they do slip away and they do accumulate, and we just need to build off of the right footings.
Mm-hmm. Well, very good point. Anybody has anything else? Don't be shy now. Brother David, you got anything?
Man,
Yeah, I'll just add on that I just see from this upcoming debate in December that there's a lot of people that are trying to dissuade others from learning, and I see a lot of disrespect for the scholars, the African scholars that did put the work in. It's like they just write them off, that they're just copying off of European scholars, and like everybody's saying, they just come from a perspective where they don't put any work in. Somebody even tried to argue with me today that they know they're bilingual, so they can they can spot that if something hasn't been deciphered or not. And another link, just coming up with straw man arguments and just to dissuade people from even trying to learn. Like, you're wasting your time trying to learn this. And I just think the opposite message needs to be hit upon even more now.
Well, institutions are under attack. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, is that we're giving people a pass for. See, this is the thing. We have a separation between. We have this idea that science is not a black thing. Therefore, if it's not a black thing, it must be a white thing, or it must be a European thing. If people don't like to use the word blacks and white, science is not African. It must be a European endeavor. Scholarship, structure, order, must be a European endeavor, because everywhere you go, whenever you try to establish some structure, some procedures, some order to something, people will resist, and in their resistance, they will use those as excuses, saying, "Oh, this is how we do it around here. Oh, forget that. That's that Harvard Yale stuff, or that's how the Europeans do it. But now we do it like this around here," or whatever the case is. See, those are all excuses to cover over people's shortcomings. What people don't realize, and this is something that we showed in a previous Wednesday hangout, Divine Words Wednesday, is that a lot of things that are being used that we think are European are in fact African. It's just that we are disconnected from knowing that it's African in the first place, and it's being fed to us by people that people use emotionally to due to slave holocaust and things like that, that we want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So for instance, we went over the whole scientific method, how the entire scientific method that people are very familiar with today is straight up out of the Nile Valley, from all the procedural steps, from forming a hypothesis, testing a hypothesis, doing experimentations, revisiting a hypothesis. Does it work? Yes or no? If no, go back. If yes, then go into the next thing, et cetera, et cetera. That is fully documented in the Nile Valley. And we briefly went over that on one of our Divine Words Wednesday. So no longer should people say, hey, science is Europeans' way. No, that's not it. You know what I'm saying? So institutions, learning institutions, what do people think initiation houses are for, or initiation systems are for? Those are organized procedural ways to educate people. That's like an institution, a college, school. So now people fight against going to school, fight against doing this, fight against, you show a degree to, like, oh man, that means you just trained in the Europeans' mind, the methods and things like that. Just to understand. I'm like, well, then let's fast forward. Let's just cut all to the chase. Stop using Facebook. Stop using GPS. Smash your phone. Don't use your phone. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if people want to really get like that, stop straddling. You know what I mean? Stop being ridiculous. See, people use this as an excuse for failure, for laziness that's going to lead to failure. So, we can't tolerate that. And in 2017, we need to be very, very progressive, because we don't stand a fighting chance to achieve the things that people talk about achieving: liberation, freedom, our position on the world stage, respect from the world, all these things people talk about, unity, and all of these things. We're not going to achieve that continually doing the things that we're doing right now. And it starts small. See, people pass off the small stuff thinking that it's irrelevant. But the elders of the community will always say things like, hey, it takes 100 pennies to make $1. So that one penny it matters. You take that one penny away, guess what? You no longer have $1. So these minute details are very important, because it's the minute details that will dictate your trajectory of the path that you follow. Instead of going in a straight line thinking you're going to hit the target, if at the beginning of your journey you're slightly off at an angle, then by the time you walk away from your starting point and you start to walk, the further you go out, the greater the distance you are from hitting your target as you perceived it from the beginning. Anybody that's a marksman and things know exactly what I'm talking about, or dealing with math know exactly what I'm talking about. But oh, sorry, go. Somebody had to say something to say.
What should that?
Okay, go ahead.
What time is Freestyle Friday?
We usually start at 9:00.
To you.
Yep, and Freestyle Fridays, just so people will know, Freestyle Friday is our way, having fun and going off of memory to test ourselves and to allow participation, and we'll pick a random picture or have one submitted to us, and then we'll just go over it, find out the signs that we can recognize from memory, the words that we can recognize, and then take a shot at transliterating and translating. Divine Words Wednesday is where, you know, we will pick a topic and present some information about that particular topic as a brief moment of you know, edifying people, educating people, or you know, hoping people can learn from it. And now we just started Sabayt. Welcome to the Sabayt-Dome, where, you know, instead of picking you know, our own topics or whatever, we will identify things that are that need to be addressed, that's being passed off, that may be incorrect. You know, so we and we're discussing the brother with Jetty Imhotep's as you know, this time around, because that's what's fresh, that's what's been going on in our Facebook group, and we just wanted to address these few things, so hopefully people can benefit from it. But the conversation is basically was over a long time ago, basically on the original post. Had the brother, like I said, the brother went to the Waterbuck Dictionary to begin with and not confined his resources to Gardner, then everything would have been okay. All right, but the added you know, the added where, you know, teachers are not teaching the right way, we would like to know so that we can avoid that, or we can correct them, offer correction. And you know, the whole thing about symptomatic thinking. To say that is to say a method. That's a way of trying to discuss a method in dealing with the meta nature. So when people say a symptomatic thinking, they're just trying to describe a method in dealing with the Seshew meta nature, the hieroglyphs. And I'm going to tell you that method will fail you. Why? Because if you understand what symptomatic is, you'll realize that it can only work for something we already know about and we should be familiar with, that's described differently, which are the ideograms or determinatives. I read the definition last night. I'll just read it again real quick. What is symptomatic? Well, first of all, symptomatic deals with signs. All right, so we all need to know what signs are first in order to understand symptomatic, what symptomatic is. So a sign is defined as something that stands for or represents something else. It is a unit of communication structure and consists of two parts, a signifier and something that is signified. There are different types of signs. There are iconic signs, indexical signs, symbolic signs, and then a mixture of those called mixed signs. Iconic signs, which is the first one, iconic signs, or icons for short, always bear some resemblance to their referent. A photograph is an iconic sign, as is a stylized silhouette of a female or male on a restroom door. A baboon's open mouth threat is iconic because it resembles as it does the act of biting. So remember, iconic signs always bear some resemblance to their referent. Now, number two, an indexical sign or index, it fulfills its function by pointing out its referent. So that's the difference. It doesn't always resemble the referent, but it points out its referent. Typically by being a partial or representative sample of it. So indexes are not arbitrary, since their presence has in some sense been caused by their referent. For this reason, it is sometimes said that there is a causal link between an indexical sign and its referent. So for example, the tracks of an animal, let's say, you know, it's wintertime in the snow and you see animal tracks. These animal tracks point to the existence of the animal by representing a part of it. So those tracks in the snow would be an index. Those are indexical signs. They're signs that this animal exists because it was caused by it. Another example of an indexical sign is the presence of smoke. Smoke in and of itself is an indexical sign for fire. You know how people say, where there's smoke, there's fire. All right, so somewhere something is causing the smoke, therefore it is a partial representation of it. So there's a causal link between it. So the smoke itself is an indexical sign. All right. Now, symbolic signs, third kind. Symbolic signs bear an arbitrary relationship to their reference, and in this way are distinct from both icons and indexes. So remember, symbolic signs are arbitrary to their referent. So they don't resemble it, and there's no causal link. So, what you're looking at is not to be taken literal. That's why it's called symbolic. All right, remember that, because this is how some of the glyphs in Seshew Medu Neter function as. They're not indicating what you're looking at. They are stand-ins for something completely different. And there's technical words for this when you're speaking in linguistic terms, such as the rebus principle. Now we understand that. Now we get to symptomatic signs. A symptomatic sign or a symptom or symptoms are a specific kind of indexical sign. So remember, what I described about indexical signs are there's a causal link between the sign and its referent. So a symptomatic sign is a sub category of indexical signs. They spontaneously convey the internal state or emotions of the sender and thus represent the sender in an indexical manner. For example, the fact that our body temperature rises when we are ill is a spontaneous reflection of our internal state. So a fever is a symptomatic sign of illness. When someone steps on our foot and we cry out, the cry itself is a spontaneous reflection of our internal state. Either we're surprised or we're in pain. So the outcry is a symptomatic sign of pain or shock, surprise. That's what symptomatic signs are. So now, how does this relate to Seshew Medu Neter? Remember, symptomatic signs, they convey the eternal state or the emotions of the sender. And thus they represent the sender in an indexical manner. Remember, indexes are things that have a causal effect. Not all of the Seshew Medu Neter signs function that way. So to claim to have a symptomatic way of thinking, which is to say a method called symptomatic thinking, to deal with the hieroglyphs or whatnot, you're going to fail, because all the hieroglyphs don't function that way. There's no different than what we're hearing from people who don't study the language, where they'll say things like all of the signs are, how can you put how can a falcon become the letter A? How can an owl become the letter M? How can you put a sound to a picture? See, that kind of statements is no different than a person who is claiming a symptomatic thinking. All the signs don't function that way. We have, and this is why we have to use proper terminology. We have things called phonograms or phonographs. These are graphs, which are symbols that stand for sounds, not for what they look like or what you're looking at, but for sounds. Then we have logograms. Logo means word, signs or symbols that stand for words. Then we have ideograms, signs that stand in for ideas. And these ideograms can be used to help determine the meaning of words. Thus, you get the name determinatives. So the whole symptomatic labeling and things like that, be careful with that.
Yeah, you can't read glyphs like that.
No, you can't.
It doesn't make sense. I'm glad you broke that down though. But for me, that's what this
Yes.
all comes down to: the methodology, according to good character. Both with the topic we were talking about, and for the new show that we're doing, Welcome to the Sabayt-Dome.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I just want to emphasize, man. Just the methodology and having good character.
Okay, lastly, I just want to show this, before we end the hangout. Here is a statue of some inscriptions and text. On this statue here, I'm going to point out a couple of things. Over here, you see the word here. As a matter of fact, let's just go ahead and do like we do on Freestyle Fridays real quick. So whoever's on the panel, I can't see right now because my screen is full screen right now. So whoever wants to start off and identify, remember, there's 4 methods to transliterating and translating. Now, we don't deal with the symptomatic way of thinking. We deal with a systematic, scientific way of dealing with the Seshew meta nature, just as the ancient Remech did and, perfected. All right. So just real quick, the four steps to the method is: 1, you have to identify the direction in which to read the signs. 2, you have to identify each individual sign, know what they are, know what they stand for, whether it's a phonogram, logogram, ideogram, determinative, etc., etc. Step 3 is to recognize patterns and group the signs together in their words in order to know what the words are, and if need be, look them up in a dictionary or vocabulary list. And then 4, come up with a sensible translation in the target language that you're dealing with. For us, it'll be English. All right. So real quickly, this picture that's on the left-hand side. Can y'all see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see it.
So
who's missing it?
Judy.
Oh.
I just see a black screen.
Oh.
So, but everybody else can see it. How about YouTube?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking at it through YouTube. The screen black on mine too, but I don't know. My computer been acting funny.
All right. Well, let me just. I'll unshare it, reshare it. I want it to be. I want to be able to be seen. Okay. So let me just do this. All right. How about that?
I'm gonna back out and try to come in. I still don't see it.
Okay, because I see it on mine though.
Is it showing up on YouTube? Yeah, it's showing up. All right, so it's showing up. So yeah, brother Judy, cycle out. Okay.
So I can do step 1 real quick while he comes.
All right.
He comes.
Yeah.
You're not eating one.
The one on the left.
The one on the left is going to be read from right to left. We're going to be looking into the face of the glyphs. We have a bird that's facing to the right. That indicates we're reading this one from right to left.
All right, excellent. Step 2 is identify individual glyphs. A lot of times this is where, your recollection of different glyphs, and the more you do this, the more that you'll recall, the more that you'll memorize. And if need be, you use a sign list. You have to look up the sign list to be able to identify the glyphs and what their possible functions. So I'll just do this. I'll just quickly, because we've kind of been going at it for a long time already. So I'm just going to quickly go through this. And maybe while I do this, well, let's see. Brother Jehudi, can you see it yet?
Yeah, I see it now. Mhm.
All right. So I'm just gonna go through this. So we have hem netcher, but we see the netcher sign is in front due to honorific transposition. So we have hem netcher, the word hem netcher, which means divine servant of Sobek. This is a crocodile here. So hem netcher, Sobek rek nisu. We have the sedge plant in honorific transposition. We explain that quite a few times on our other hangouts. So again, we have hem netcher, Sobek rek nisu, and we have the word sim. Now, behind this owl, which is inside the word sim, we have a determinative of this hair curl. This is the single plait that are worn, on the heads of different people with important jobs. So we have sim. Then we have sesh. Then we have the word cha'im. There's damage here on the end over here. We have hem netcher, sobek, rek, nisu, sim, sesh. And then it continues on, but it's damaged over here. All right. What I wanted to show was this word sim. Rek nisu is royal acquaintance. So we have divine servant of Sobek, the royal acquaintance. Now, sim, a lot of people will translate this as priest, but again, the word doesn't mean priest. It describes an attribute or function of a duty that a person performed that was of importance. And then we have sesh, etc. Over here on this side, this is obviously the back of this statue. This is the front. We have Hotep di Nasu, Wasir M, which is Wasir in or as. Then we have the word Chesi or in. That's just the word M for the preposition in. Chesa, which is a location. You have what most people may nickname as the X-Men belt buckle, but you have like an X within a circle that stands for the word Niut, which is for the word city, village, town, or a place that is occupied by people. So this is a toponym determinative. This status is a location. So Hotep di Nasu Wasir M Chesa, which is a place. And then we have Kam, and it continues on. It's a little damaged on the end, or it's not very clear. So we have offering the king gives Wasir, who is in this location. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because see how this hair determinative, this is D3. The D3 hair determinative here. This is what you see inside of, let me scroll up to, okay, let's just start here. This is what you see inside the Hut symbol. So notice this. This is Reknisu, royal acquaintance in, not as the brother Jehuti and Imhotep incorrectly said, in this temple, Hut Chesa. Then we have Mehi, Sim Ni Sobek, Hemnetcher, Senu, Ni Wasir Heru Oset Sobek, Neb Ra Nefret, Sa Oset. All right, I just wanted to show that this is a particular place. This is a temple within this place. This is a chamber within the temple, or a compartment or location within the temple. And you have to know the history of this location right here. This is the key to understanding this text, is this city here called Ra Neferet. Once you understand Ra Neferet, today it's called Tel Taliba, but anciently is known as Ra Neferet. Once you understand this location, you understand that in that location you had a community of people that had a population of people that held a generational jobs of employment that we would call priests. So you had generations of priests that were located in this city, all doing various different services and functions for the deities Wasir, whose epithet is known as Chesi. We had Heru, Oset, Sobek, and also not on this screen, but also, like I said, the 4 sons of Heru, as well as Inpu. So you have Aduamatef, Happy, Kabesanuf, and Imseti. All right. And so this is the text that was in question. Matter of fact, this is where it actually starts. The picture that the brother held up. We went over this last night, but in here, the brother says, so says his son, et cetera, et cetera. No, this is a continuation of the previous line here. And had the brother understood the documents he was given and what he was told inside of the comments, then it wouldn't have been an issue. But we could see the same thing here. When the dictionary said that this sign here encircled it and had the line under it, as the brother said, as if it was some conspiracy to fool us. No, it was telling us that right before it, it is in a title for the Father. And the Father's name is here. You know, Ankh P. Kyared. This is a name. Right here, Ankh P or Ankh Pa Kyared. That's the person's name. So this title is attributed to another person. Here we see Usir and an epithet right here. Chesi. Same epithet. The great God, Netra Neb Ra Neferet. So Usir as Chesi is the great God, Lord of Ra Neferet, the beautiful mouth. And then we have Heru, Pa Oset, Pen Oset, Ma Heru. So we have a person. This is a person's name right here, who is justified. The son of another person who is equally dignified. This Mi Setep or Minu. All right. So I just wanted to, have people, let people understand that we have to broaden our resources and things. And the brother, like I said, brother Wajeti Imhotep was given the necessary tools, the documents and things like that. But because you start off on the wrong foot, on the wrong premise, your trajectory will be off. So instead of assuming that there's a conspiracy to hide things and confuse us and this and that, or this glyph is really not what it is, or if the authors are circling things and trying to correct themselves in a dictionary and stuff like that, instead of going that route, just slow it down, look at it, read for comprehension, listen to what you're told, ask questions, and then we can all work and move together as a unit. And then there's lines actually before that. This is actually the start of the inscription. It starts off with an offering form. Lahotep Di Nasu, Wasir, Sahu, Sheps, Netra'ah Neb Ra Neferet, Ka'im, and then it's damaged. We don't know what it is for sure, but we can take an educated guess because these items are pretty much standardized in the offering formulas. We can figure out what we can see and what's missing and kind of fill in the blanks. Ka'im Hinket, Ka'im and its damage, Apedu, Ka'im Shes, Ka'im Minket. And then coming down, we have the same thing, thousands of all these different items. All right. Going on over to after we get here, we have Jafao, which is all kinds of provisions all together, and then Imket, which is Imket Neb, which is all good things that are good, clean, and sweet. Inkani, which is for the ka of, and then you usually after that you usually find someone's name or epithets, as we have in this case, for the ka of who? The royal acquaintance who is in this temple enclosure. Hut Chesa has this title, Mehisim of Sobek. This is an actual title of an important job attributed to Sobek. Imaku, venerated before, which is Ker, Usir, who is Kesi, Netra, etc. And I already went over that. And then here's the thing that's in question where it picks up. Now you have context and you can see it. And I say this also because sometimes people want to break down a partial of the glyphs and try to come away with a translation. You can't do that. You have to have context to be able to have a more accurate translation for meaning. You know, context clues. All right. So then, you know, I think I already went through this. Yeah, I already went through this one as well. And then it finally concludes here. We have Eret in Ihit, Nikesi Neb Ra Neferet, Nebet per Hetepit or Hetepet, Ma'at Kiru, Nebet Imaku. So, who was born of the Ehi of Kesi, which is the, you know, sistrum player of Kesi. Who is Kesi? Kesi is Wasir, epithet of Wasir. Who is what? Lord of this place, Ra Neferet. Back to this person, which is going to describe her. The lady of the house, Nebet Per, and then her name. Hetep Pet Ma'at Keru, possessor of veneration. That's it. So again, I just want to show this location here. Kessie, and over here you see
not, but you need to, yeah, but again, this is why it's also good to you know, to take the time and you know, research a little bit. And also it does help to work in teams with this kind of stuff. You know, it's a language that we don't speak, and there's a lot of glyphs involved, so it's not something you're going to be doing alone and actually expect to be moving along far.
All right, here's some more angles of it. This is the same thing. Hotep Dinasu, Wasir M Chesa, Cam. As I said, here's the Kha, which is lotus, and the owl. And it will continue around the side. We can't see the side, but that's the same thing from the front view. You can see some more of this top part here. Over here, you see the name of the person, Ankh P. Kiarid. You see that?
Yeah, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Over here you have Netcher, Hemnetcher. Hemnetcher of who? The divine servant of who? Sobek. Exactly. The rest of it is kind of too small to make out clearly.
Yeah, but you can kind of notice from the other one, you see Sobek, and then you see Ra Neferet.
Yeah. It's Neb Ra Neferet. Exactly. So it's the Lord. So Sobek is also Lord. So we have Wasir, who's Lord of Ra Neferet. And then we have Sobek, who is also Lord of Ra Neferet. And this is what I meant by this location, Ra Neferet. This place had several Netcheru that were prominent, and that people held important jobs and duties centered around these divine principles of Osset, Wasir, Inpu, Sobek, and then the four sons of Heru and Heru himself. So you'll see that. All right. And here's some more, a better picture. Here we have Kesi right here, big as day. Lord of what? Ra Neferet.
Nice.
And here it is, big as day right here, which we couldn't see clearly on the other slide. Hemnetcher, Ni Sobek, Neb Ra Neferet. And then can't quite make out what's up under here. But then you can see this is the side view, because when we look at the front view, now you can see the sides. You can see the rest of the Hotep Dinasu formula, where it's listing all these different items right here. And then over here, we finally with Ket Nebet Neferet. And then we get to Inkani, Imaku, and then on the back, it will be, you know, I believe the back is what was up here, right here. Imaku of who? Hem Netcher, which is the divine, and we already went through this. And that's it. So if the brother would, just simply apply the effort and not think everything is a conspiracy, or, broaden the resources that he has outside of Gardner, which is a grammar, not an actual dictionary, then a lot of things we would be able to talk through and help out. And you see all the different text up here. Now we didn't go over this, but maybe we could do this on a Freestyle Friday. See if we can blow this up, and we could probably walk through these columns of text. All right, so I just wanted to show you all that. Now, this statue right here is the relative of the statue where this text comes from. Remember, I said there was a genealogical family of people who held important jobs, quote unquote, priests and priestesses, that had statues made of them. Matter of fact, this word here, let's go back. Let me go back up here where you see all of it. This word here, Insa'ef, which is by his son. So where this text is found on this particular statue here is a statue commissioned and made, dedicated by his son, by this person. And the statue itself is of this person here at the very, very end. Hetepet, Ma'at Keru, possessor of veneration, Nebet Imahu. So this particular statue, or this particular object that this text is on, belongs to, or is in an image of, this particular person, a priestess, a female with a very important job. She was the sistrum player of Osir, as the weary one, the one who, prior to becoming resurrected, prior to performing the different rituals, a vulnerable state, etc. This is what all these words allude to, and why he's given this epithet. All right, so anyway, I don't want to hold too much time, but as you can see, the other people mentioned, I showed you the name. Where was it? Yeah, Ankpa Kyared. You can see that on the other this actual statue. Oh, where was it? Right here. All right, so anyway, let me stop sharing that. Come out of there so I can see what's going on in the matrix. All right, so anybody else have anything to say? I know it's late. It's like 1:47. Man, we've been going at it. See, this turned out to be a long hangout.
Yeah, that'd be a nice freestyle right there.
Yeah, that's good. Dua, that was good.
Yeah, so just wanted to show that. Okay, I see that somebody said when are beginners classes? Oh, that was a question earlier. All right, yeah, the beginners class. Yeah, get in touch with me. I'm starting the way I do it is I start simultaneous classes. I put people into groups, and so I have several groups going on simultaneously depending on the day that we all meet up. So like for example, I'll have, like, let's say group 10, and let's say I have 5 people in group 10, and the only reason why I group them is based on availability. So if everyone is free on Thursday nights and I get 5 of those people that are free on the same night, then I will start a group. And then if other people want to learn and are available on a different day, I'll try to group people that are available that day. So I may have group 10 and I may have another group I'll call group 11 going on it simultaneously, but on different days. So we'll go through the study course, that way. That's how I group it. So if you are interested, contact me, or actually sign up. When you sign up, then I'll do my best to quickly get you into a group. And I usually wait till I get 3 or more people, but I don't mind doing less, because my thing is to anybody who's interested and want to take time to learn a language, I do my best to you know, help them out, because not, this is a people take it for granted. I want to get, I could talk for a whole another half an hour, and we've been going 4 hours on this one. Wow. This is longer than this is longer than last night.
Whoa, 4 hours. All right.
Yeah, we're gonna have to
MC Iron Lung.
yeah, we're definitely have to chop this video up. Really.
Yeah, that guy said he emailed you, but he's waiting for you to get back to him. He was kind of stressing that.
Oh, which one? The one that asked about the business class?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll definitely check. Okay. All right. Well, any last words? Because if I say something else, it's gonna turn into another thing. But Brother Dave, it's good to see you. Now, I could tell you've been up with your studies. You using applying the different words. What's your debt? Is question. Nin, no. Tu, yes. You know what I mean? ETM Hotep, all that good stuff. Uncle Jasaneb, and that's beautiful because we have to use it. Keeping in mind that all these different pronunciations not historically accurate, but it allows us to burn into our psyche the meanings of these different words. If I say the word unk, and let's just say historically it was pronounced nkwa, the meaning doesn't change. It's the pronunciation that will change. And see, people don't understand that. Like, a matter of fact, I saw the comments earlier, but I guess I don't know how Google works, but or YouTube works, but it erased the comments because the brother got kicked out for trolling. But somebody said something about sounds, words or sounds. And technically that's not what words are. See, so we have to really, really home in on what these terms mean.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I mean, with the pronunciation, we know that as long as we're getting into practice, to learn those, it's fine, because it's not way off in that sense. It will be easier to adjust once you get used to learning. Because I know, like, when I first started to learn to speak Danish, I mean, my accent was awful, but people did understand what I was trying to say. They'll struggle a bit, but understand. So, you could actually just, mispronounce things here and there, but you'll get back.
Yeah, matter of fact, a lot of people from Asian countries such as Korea, Japan, China, when they come over to the United States, they have a hard time at first pronouncing the words, but they'll learn enough to know the meaning, so they know what they're trying to tell you. But because they're not speaking the English in a way that we are used to it sounding, sometimes we gotta say, we say, we got to tell them to repeat themselves a lot of times, and then we understand what they're saying. So it takes time. Then they'll start to pronounce the things correctly, but the meanings didn't change. They could pronounce it really messed up, and then 2 months later they can come back to you and say the same phrase to you much better, but they'll mean the exact same thing. So people just have to understand that the sounds of a language is called its phonological inventory, or its phonology. A lot of sounds in a lot of languages are shared because there's only but so many sounds that have meaningful units attached to them within human languages globally. All right. Not just sounds, noises, but sounds that have a unit of meaning attached to them. This is what you call the phonology of a language. So English has a certain set of phonological or sounds that will be called its phonological makeup. Arabic as a language will have its set of sounds. English and Arabic share a whole bunch of those sounds, but then there are sounds that are not shared between the two. In English, or I should say in Arabic, they have this hard K sound, that kha sound, like in the word khalaqa. That English we don't have, and some people can't even do it. In French, they have this uvular trill for an R, and it's that ugh. And we don't have it in English, so it's hard for us to try to pronounce it. So it takes us a lot of practice. There's a lot of people in Spanish. You have this what do you call it, a tap or a trill for an R, this rrr. A lot of people can't do that. Carro in Spanish or whatever. People who speak English who doesn't have that practice, they can't even roll the R like that. So there's sounds in certain languages, phonological inventory that are not shared, and there's a whole bunch that are shared, you know, and that's completely different than mapping these sounds to a graphic representation that we call a writing system. So these are little fundamental things that, man, it's real basic, but we take for granted and we don't take time to learn. But if understood and if studied, it solves a lot of problems. This entire so-called debate that's coming up in December with Sarah Seti and Young Pharaoh really makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Those two guys are not qualified to speak on or argue the topics at hand at all. That's why it's not a debate. It's not a debate at all whatsoever. These guys are using decipherment, transliteration, translation, all these different words synonymously when they don't mean that. They're talking about pronunciations, you know, when they're talking about decipherment, or they talk about meanings and this, that, and the other, and they don't really, they're all over the place. So if people were to just take time to read and learn, then a lot of this little erroneous craziness, silliness would just go out the window, and we can focus on the real issues at hand, the real research questions, the valid research questions, the stuff that we really need to be figuring out. You know what I'm saying? So like you said earlier, somebody said it earlier. I think Tonika, you said it earlier, or Demo, that a lot of people who have complaints about Seshew Netter, they themselves have Seshew Netter names, Sarah Sutin Seti. Now the word Sutin, that's completely wrong. But not only they're using committee names, but they're using it even in the wrong way. Sarah Sutin Seti. Pharaoh, the word Pharaoh, that's a committee word. Tahuti, natural Tahuti, not natural, but Tahuti. Sa Sekhmet, son of Sekhmet, Sekhmet and Tahuti are both Necheru, that are Kemetic. So I mean I don't get it, you know. So that's a little weird. That's a little weird. You know what I mean? That's like using Facebook to talk bad about Facebook. You know what I mean? That's crazy. So anyway, I guess if that's it. I'm taking a last look at the Hangout chat. Yeah, ETM Hotel. I didn't even do my roll call for the night. Christopher Withers. We got Maasai Warriors clan in the house. Nahisi Aha Jedefre. Khalik Allah. I started to say Jehudi Mat, but you're in here. Menes Meech. Now, you know, I put the link to the Hangout because, like I said, Sleep is so big. I'm trying to hang out, hang out tonight. Yeah, we could break up this video into little parts, but people that had some questions, it's kind of hard to type it in the chat and everything like that. So you could come in and grab the mic. You know what I mean? Oh, brother Kevin Hurd. All right. It's Imhotep. Yeah, I know it's late. It's 1 a.m. I mean 2 a.m. At least East Coast. All right, so I guess nobody has anything because I don't want to, because sometimes you don't want to start reaching for things to say. I mean, there's a whole lot to be said, and I could talk for a long time. So I think it's a good place to end it. But I'll open the mic. Anybody else has something to say? If not, we can close out. That's it.
None.
All right, hold up. Well, see, we got to reset the clock. We got the Maasai Warrior Clan. Brother Nahisi's in the house. Oh, you just muted your mic. Uh-oh, technical difficulties. I can hear you.
Hey, peace, brothers. That Black African Power. How y'all doing?
All right, good. Black African Power.
Black Power, peace.
All right, good. Yeah, Nancy, you came in on the tail end. I'm trying to end it, but you know, we could go. You know, I could kick in the MC Iron Lung mode.
Now I thought you were gonna go off the air and just hang out.
Oh yeah, I can close it out. You know, maybe I need to start actually doing that as well because these videos we have us as a people we have a short attention span, and I know me myself. If I browse YouTube and I see a video, I'm like, interesting title, but then I'll look at the time of the video. I'm like, oh no, I'm not gonna watch that. You know, that's like 6 hours long. Woo. So yeah, we need to really chop it down to make them very, more concise and stuff. So we'll get better at that. But yeah, so I'm gonna close out. So yeah, we'll close out for the live part, and then we'll just stay back. So anybody that wants to join in the back, hang out. I put the link in. I'll repeat it again. But so Antonica, you can close us out if you don't mind.
All right. No, I don't mind at all. So I'll go ahead and thank everybody that's been watching and the ones that still at the chat. Obviously, I mean it's been a long one, and the enthusiasm is definitely appreciated. But yeah, thank you and dua. I'll say dua. And yes, if you want to join in the conversations that we have regarding the language, then do that. Join our Facebook page if you're not already a member. Join it on. We are Seshew Ma'ani Nurture, and just find us on Facebook and join. And if you're interested in the classes or just to know more about the language, check out the website www.medunurture.com, which is mdw-ntr.com. And if you have any questions or feel that anything was in error, contact us as well, or just join the group on Facebook. And yes, dua, and I'll say get an affair, which is good night, and beka nefer for those who are watching in the morning time area. So, Shemem Hotep.